We are starting. And today we're going to be doing a drawing. I'm going to draw. I've been working on these goblins for the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. And we'll take some calls while I'm drawing. I hope you guys enjoy. Those who are just joining in, hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're here to vibe. We're here to draw. And have any discussions with people that want to have a discussion. Let me just take a look at my thumbnail here. I have no idea to this day why the thumbnail just decides, oh, I'm going to not do the thumbnail you picked. Coriolis Tony says, goblins look pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to see this goblin on the left look a lot better. We're currently, these 2 goblins are mostly done. I mean, outside of like some lighting that I could probably work on. And I also just realized that I messed up on the ear. There's no ear. I need to have an ear. So let's, why is that so big? It's set to 3,700. First of all, let's get our oils. Here we go. All right, so usually I like to do the darkest first. So let's focus on that. Get an overall effect going. Where are the darks? See, Bobro says, hello. The Coriolis effect? Why is it named Tony? Hell if I know. And I am playing some music that will not get me copyright stricken. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a professional. I'm a professional over here, don't you know? All right. This, kind of want to make it kind of purpley. All right. Maybe I should go more purple. It's almost a pink. Let's see. Coriolis Tony says, my desired YouTube name is Tony Coriolis. That first account got booted, and this is my next one. I see. What happened with your booted account? Curious. By the way, we are taking calls. The phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to have a discussion with a woke liberal, I am very woke. As other people who have frequented my channel can affirm and attest that I am in fact the real deal. I am woke as shit. Very woke. And if you want to have a discussion with me, let's see here. BRB Bathroom saying, morning woke ender. You look different today. Yes. Yes, it is because I'm drawing today. So here's the thing, right? When you're drawing, you're kind of just like hunched over the whole time. Like you're just kind of looking down at a drawing tablet. And as a result, that doesn't make for a very good angle. So what I do, instead of like just showing me just kind of hunched over in the corner, instead what I do is I just have like a drawing, a caricature of myself. And it works, I think. I think it works. All right. Hey, we're getting a phone call. How about that? You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender. Hey, woke man.
Hello. What would you like to talk about? And can I also get your name?
It said Tony Coriolis guy, so I
Tony
figured it's easier
Coriolis.
to
All right, Tony.
just explain what happened to my accounts rather than type it all out.
All right. Let me go ahead and set my timer here. We've got all right, go ahead. What's up, Tony Coriolis?
Oh, not much. So yeah, I'm just on the other side of the political leanings than you, and no big deal. It's all good. I called in here one time, but so in regard to my account, this is, I guess, my third YouTube account, and I'm never like mean with people online, mean in the comments. I don't talk trash. I think a lot of people do, and somehow they still have their accounts, but I had my first one just as Anthony, just my name, and then that one got banned, actually for election misinformation, I was told.
Okay.
So that one I've had forever, and then I think that one got banned probably 2020, somewhere after that. It kind of.
What was the election misinformation? Can I ask?
That was the official email that I got. It just said, so somehow in the comments, and I don't know if I was just watching videos that they thought were, I guess, no good. But either way, they banned my first. I had premium YouTube for years. Mm-hmm. They just completely got rid of my channel. I found that surprising. And then I made a Tony Coriolis one. And then, yeah, I did it for about a year and a half. And then somehow they just banned it, didn't even give me an explanation. But really, I'm never, like, going in and leaving bad comments on people. All I would put is just good video, thumbs up, and stuff. And yeah, so this is now my third channel. And wow. I made this one as Coriolis Tony. And now it only shows Coriolis Tony. Like maybe 3 months ago, it always showed me as Tony Coriolis. So I don't know why it's doing the @ now for everyone's names. I haven't heard any explanation to that. But that just changed like 3 months ago.
Okay. So I guess like... I'm just going to ask you, do you believe that the election was stolen?
I mean, how can you not have a couple of questions on Biden setting the record for the votes, you know?
Setting the record? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, didn't he set the record of most votes from people in 2020?
What does that mean? I'm asking what that means. I don't know what you mean by
Like
that.
Biden, quote unquote, received the most votes.
Well, yeah. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I just question that, and I think
Why?
you should be able to question that. I can't come here with any hardcore proof on how I know 100%, but I do feel like I feel like people should question stuff, is where I sit.
I'm not against questioning things. I guess like my problem is like what I usually require in order for me to like believe something. Like I can question things all day. The question isn't like, hey, can you question things? The question is whether or not that it's credible that the election was stolen. And I don't see any evidence indicating that the election was in fact stolen.
I mean, it's kind of a tough thing to argue out, because how can you even like, I can't say that for sure. Like, I can't say 100% for sure stolen, like that word stolen. I can't say that for sure, but something must have, I just think in my normal life, just knowing people and just knowing how populations are places, and for this guy to set the record, I really do question it.
I don't know what you mean by set the record.
Yeah, he currently still, even though Trump won this last year, Biden in 2020 got more votes, right?
Yeah, well, it was because of all of the mail-in ballots.
Yeah,
and then when there were like individual
there
were individual courts that went out to investigate whether or not that the election had been stolen, they found no instance of malfeasance, even under judges that were directly appointed by Trump.
Well, have you been following any of the people who, I guess you would say, right-wing extremists, but the people who were going, there's a guy, and I know right when I say this channel name, you're going to be like, oh, this already tells me everything about them. But there's a guy from Atlanta, Brad Binkley, and his channel is Propaganda Report, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he had this one guy on a bunch of times. His name was Garland Favorito. And Garland was doing all the court stuff with honestly trying to figure out what was up with the mail-in ballots just in Atlanta, kind of that area. Man, they were definitely playing around with him. Like, they were not just being as open to questioning it as I think they should be, kind of. Like, if you're trying to say there's no proof of that, if you dig into the Garland Favorito stuff, some fishy stuff was going on with him trying to legally check up on, hey, I just want to make sure this was legit. Garland Favorito is actually a liberal, but he just knew that, he had an inkling that something was up with that election in 2020. Have you heard of that guy?
I have this right here from CNN Politics saying Voter GA, a nonprofit led by a computer consultant turned activist named Garland Favorito, who has a long history of promoting debunked conspiracy theories, has made inroads with some election officials in Georgia, despite his penchant for pushing election misinformation.
Yeah, that's all they have to say, and then you never have to think about it again,
I mean,
let's pull up Garland Favorito. I like Garland. If you took the time to watch some of his stuff, it's very hard.
Yeah, but the problem that I'm having is if you're finding just like a person who just, they go out of their way to spread misinformation, why would I trust this guy as opposed to like a credible source? Like if you're talking about like a like a court proceeding that's actually adjudicating with evidence, like that would be much more credible than just some random guy.
And honestly, it's very easy for what was this source on that?
That was CNN Politics.
Okay, yeah, I got a lot to say about CNN too.
I'll grant you, right, that CNN they tend to be like on the left, but they don't really have a reason to lie to you about Garland Favorito. Like if Garland, if what CNN Politics is saying is incorrect here, saying has a long history of promoting debunked conspiracy theories, this would be akin to is it libel or slander? That's the written form of defamation. Anyway, he could sue
good luck winning a lawsuit
Politics
against CNN with that.
I'm just saying, like, if he doesn't actually promote debunked conspiracy theories, Garland Favorito could easily just go to court with CNN Politics and make a lot of money.
Well,
but I have a feeling that Garland
article just
Favorito
said-
probably is not seeking legal recourse, because it's true that he does promote debunked conspiracy theories.
It is very easy for CNN to say that, and really, it's. I mean, my honest opinion is it is very easy for CNN to say that, but then me watching him, talk out everything that he's doing and trying to file appeals, trying to file defamation stuff, it all gets shut down. It's a
Well, yeah, because you need to have evidence. You can't just, you can't, like, he had long argued that the electronic voting systems, especially those in QR codes and do not provide verifiable paper ballots, are unverifiable and insecure because voters cannot confirm how their votes are recorded. And this is from the, what is this, Conservative Partnership Institute, saying that that's the claim of Favorito. However, there was in fact a defamation case resulting in the Dominion voting systems.
Yep.
It was propagated by Fox News that the Dominion voting systems were rigged. As a result, the Dominion company started losing business left and right because of the allegations that there was something fishy about their systems. So they sued Fox News for defamation, and they were able to find out that that the entire idea of it being rigged had been entirely fabricated and pushed in order to increase their ratings. And this is confirmed by Rupert Murdoch himself. Rupert Murdoch had to testify and basically tell everybody that, yeah, the reason why we pushed that story was so we could get more ratings.
But you do know at the end of like that right there, now, and no one can say that the electronic voting is suspect at all. Because apparently
well,
now
I'm not
in court,
saying that,
proved.
like, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with going out and investigating electronic voting problems. The problem that I'm having is that there needs to be credible evidence. We can't just simply say, well, we have doubts into the system, even though that we can perfectly count all these things and find the exact, and let's be honest, like a lot of this stuff, it just kind of is propagated under Donald Trump, and that's it. There is no credibility behind it.
Well, have you heard of a man, Dr. Shiva?
We got to bring up another person now that I got to Google.
Well, it is sort of in the same similar line.
I'm saying, like, we can look at this Favorito guy and say tacitly he's not a credible source, right? We could say that.
I can't say that.
You can't say that? Why not?
No, because I really have taken the time to hear him out.
Why would CNN? Why would CNN? Do you think CNN is defaming Favorito here?
I do think that is a total biased, read on the situation. I do.
I mean, if you promote conspiracy theories and all you do is promote conspiracy theories, correctly pointing out that you promote conspiracy theories is not a bad characterization.
Do you like any conspiracy theories yourself?
No.
First Amender?
No.
None?
None.
Huh.
None. I think in order to have a good conspiracy theory, it would have to be no longer a conspiracy theory. Because conspiracy theories only exist provided that you don't have the evidence for it to be like an actual real thing.
Well, I mean, there's also taking the authority of others on stuff.
That's correct.
You don't see that angle to it?
I mean, I do. As long as that authoritative body is verifiable, like that they're like respected in their field and they're somebody to actually
CNN.
Listen to. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm telling you right now, CNN is much better than John Favorito. It's not even close. Here, I'll pull it up.
Favorito.
Ad Fontes media bias chart. You ever heard of the Ad Fontes media bias chart?
No, but even that, I don't feel like I like the name off the bat. But I'll hear you out. What you're saying about it?
Okay, so the
A
Ad Fontes media bias
chart.
Yeah, so with the Ad Fontes media bias chart, there is a independent group called Ad Fontes Media. What they do is that they look at individual articles, they fact check the articles, and with an equal amount of right-wingers and left-wingers, a panel of people, they determine whether or not that it has a right-wing bend or a left-wing bend. And interestingly enough, when you do this and you look at the facts, you'll find that the closer you get towards the middle, the more that it tends to be truthful. There's a minority where you can see that they're somewhere around the middle, but they're less truth-seeking. But, I mean, we could pull up, for example, we had CNN here. CNN, it is true that CNN does lean to the left, but it is very firmly in the fact-based, fact-dense analysis and reporting. So we know that CNN is fine. I mean, you have NPR here, PBS, AP News, Reuters. You know, these are more towards the center, but also fact-based. The Wall Street Journal, there's even right-wing sites such as the Wall Street Journal, which is fact-based. Heck, even Fox Business, which is very right-wing, is at least in the fact-based orientation. What I'm trying to tell you is news stations have a reason to try and work with their reputation. Whereas people that have no credibility behind them, they can just say whatever bullshit that they want. And if they're proven wrong, it doesn't really matter. They can just keep doing it, right? There's no credibility or anything that's keeping them in check. Whereas at least with a news agency, people lose trust in a news agency that no longer tells the truth.
Well, you did say earlier how the Dominion thing and Fox, you know, it improved their ratings, right? So they're making more money.
Yeah,
more
by
viewers
lying
and stuff. Yeah, and I mean, you can't say that about CNN with their take on certain things, such as the 2020.
If there was a case that would show, if there was a case that showed that there was a problem, that they're actively lying in order to boost their ratings, then I would be in
you would honestly hear it out. Yeah.
What?
You would honestly hear it out if there was like a for sure.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know what? That's me. Okay. And honorable. I got no. That's how I think it should be. It is just very hard to go from the conspiracy side of like questioning stuff. That's why I think I'm pro questioning stuff, as compared to just believing the source. I know that they can get sued from the defamation stuff. I am going to have to revisit this Garland stuff because really there were a bunch of crucial points where he's getting shut down in courts.
Well, yeah, because he's lying. Usually when liars are lying in court, they get shut down for it.
I just think that is easy to say. Can you not see my side to that at all?
Huh?
Like when you say, well, he's lying, so he should be shut down. I think that's easy to say.
Okay, just because it's easy to say doesn't mean it's invalid or incorrect. When someone is lying under perjury, they get shut down right away in a court proceeding. It's not your podcast anymore.
Well, it's not like Garland really had like a podcast. He wasn't making money off of this.
Or whatever he is using. I mean, maybe he's on Rumble. Is he on Rumble?
He was being featured on a guy's show. That's how I came to know of his, plight.
Well, just doing a quick Google search on the guy, it turns out that he just talks a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, they would say that. They would totally say that.
They? Who's they?
I really feel we are there's a total media industrial.
This is what I'm saying is
the media is controlled. I know that they can be sued, but
who's they?
I mean, that is always the question. That's always the question.
But dude, like I see, here's the thing, right? Like I work in like very concrete world. Things have to be shown. You can't just say things, right? Like when you give me this amorphous they, I go, okay, well, what exactly are you talking about? Who? What is happening?
No, I can agree. The question of who is they, I don't have an answer for you. Okay. Maybe I should not have said they. Yeah.
Well, I just think it's like a lot of, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a lot of conspiratorial thinking what a lot of people do, they oversimplify things and try to exhibit some conspiracy behind something. And it is rather thought terminating because it really prevents you from actually going out and looking at the truth as it is.
Well, what would your searches come up for that Dr. Shiva guy? I guess changing it from Garland, but they are sort of similar, and they're
Dr.
both
who?
people who Shiva.
Shiva. Like SHIVA?
Yeah.
Is there like a last name to that, or there's lots of Dr.
Ayyadurai.
Shivas?
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, Ayyyadurai.
Okay. All right, so he has a Wikipedia, which is good.
Oh yeah, he does not like Wikipedia.
Why?
Oh, he has many videos on it.
Okay, well, he's an Indian American engineer, an entrepreneur, an anti-vaccine activist. Okay, we can stop right there. This guy's a moron.
Yeah, exactly. But you can never.
Yeah, no,
anti.
I'm just going to tell you right now, anti-vaxxers are fucking idiots. They're not only are they idiots, they're complacently, very much okay with harming people with misinformation for their own clout. And I think these people are unironic, disgusting sociopaths that want to destroy the world for their own gain.
No, I do not think that.
I believe
am
that,
pro
100%.
Stuff like that.
Pro questioning what? Vaccines?
Yes.
Okay. What made you concerned about vaccines?
Well, all of 2020. You don't find anything suspect on 2020. You don't have any conspiracies on 2020.
No.
Oh, I totally do. And
all right.
No
well, why don't you help me out? What is a conspiracy under 2020? Considering the fact that, by the way, Donald Trump is the one that created Operation Warp Speed. It was under the Trump administration that Operation Warp Speed took place.
Not many shouted that more than Shiva, honestly. If you check them out, man, I mean, he's not a favorite guy.
All right.
I just know you.
But what exactly about vaccines? Do you have a problem? What's the problem with vaccines?
The 2021 specifically, I think it was totally. I mean, you can't judge the whole thing in total, man. Life never existed like it did in 2020. You could say it's from a new virus thing. There's a lot of stuff that people
give me a claim. What's your claim regarding the 2020 vaccine?
I think the whole thing was manufactured.
You think that the novel coronavirus was manufactured?
Yeah, like it's not even real, I kind of think.
Because I sat down and I did my own investigation on this, and I can show you what I found.
Yeah, I mean, you really think that wearing a mask made sense and everything?
Yeah, 100%.
It served a purpose?
Yes.
I really do not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could talk about the mask thing, or we could talk about origin. What do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the mask thing.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You're aware that the common cold is a coronavirus, right?
Yeah, it was on like the Lysol bottles and stuff. Yeah.
I'm saying like coronavirus, that's a family of viruses.
Human coronavirus.
You're aware that the common cold is in fact a coronavirus, correct?
Yeah, as though like it says on like the Lysol bottle, it says it'll protect you from the cold, human coronavirus. It said all that, pre 2020, and they took it off.
Coronaviruses are. Yeah. It's beyond just the novel coronavirus. Okay, so good. That's the first thing to understand. Let's say I had a cold, right, and I have to sneeze. And I'm going to sneeze at you. Okay, let's assume I'm like, 5 feet away from you. I'm going to sneeze. You can either have I sneeze on you without a mask, or I sneeze on you with a mask. Which one do you think is better?
I am glad that you asked that exactly. I mean, you definitely, like most people are, you're younger than me, I think. I'm 33. But you've definitely watched all of The Office. Oh, you're 36? No way.
Yeah.
Cool. So do you know you're a snake in the Chinese New Year?
No. But anyway, I wanted to delve into this.
Yeah.
What would you rather?
Okay.
What would you rather
No, I
have
hear ya.
happen? Would you rather it get sneezed on with me wearing a mask, or would you rather get sneezed on without a mask?
It brings up that perfect point where it's going to sound like I'm going off kilter, but totally, you've seen The Office, right? You've seen all those episodes of The Office?
I've seen multiple episodes of The Office. I don't know if I saw the specific whatever episode you're
There's-
referencing right now.
Yeah, I got you. The one I'm referencing is the one where Dwight says, someone sneezes and he goes, I would actually welcome your germs because then it improves my immune system. And then kind of like the opening scene to The Office show is everyone's like sneezing in Dwight's face, you know, and he's like saying, oh, well, yes, I would welcome that, you know, and then Kevin drops something. It's an interesting start to the show, but it does touch into what you were saying right there, where you not think at all it maybe improves your immune system getting germs from other people?
Well, first of all, we're not talking about a germ. We're talking about a virus. Viruses and germs are two completely separate things. What do you mean? No, dude, it's like orders of magnitude and size difference.
Germ. Sure, maybe I just referred to it as germ right there, and then you sneezing in my face. That the virus is in the sneeze.
So again, you're not really. You didn't really answer my question. Like what you would prefer? Would you prefer that I sneeze on you with a mask or without a mask, knowing that I have a cold?
If I vote on that right there, I really think it would be fine either way. I don't think you'd get me sick.
You don't think you'd get... Okay, so there's no difference in your mind?
No.
Okay, yeah. So let me help you out, okay? When you sneeze, you have spittle. And the spittle has the virus on it. If I wore a mask, much of that spittle and water droplets is landing on the mask, not on you. Which means the concentration of viruses going to you is less. We know this to be the fact. That's why doctors wear masks. That's why people wear masks. That's why in southeastern Asian culture, they often wear masks on public places such as subways, because it prevents them from getting sick, and it prevents other people from getting sick if you are sick.
Yeah, do you still?
I mean, if I'm very sick, sure, I'd wear a mask. Sure. I'm simply pointing out that we know, like, I don't have to do an experiment to determine whether or not masks work. We know masks work.
I don't think we do.
We really do.
No, because in the one scenario, it is as though everyone is wearing a mask at all times. Kids, adults, everyone.
I'm saying, like, if you're sick.
It's like living in a super safety world where everyone's wearing a mask. I am not pro that.
All right, let's try it one more time, okay? Let me help you out. We'll try one more time just to I don't know if you can see this is the difference between with and without mask, right? Even if you have even a cloth covering, it is observably less spread. We know masks work.
But I mean, by all means, like, you could be as sick as ever. You sneeze on me does not mean I'm going to get sick.
The question isn't whether or not that you're going to get sick. The question is whether or not masks work. Masks do work.
Because
here is observably masks working.
Did you not? You remember the time when they said, no, you don't wear a mask?
Dude, do you think like surgeons just wear masks for the lulz?
In surgery, they would wear.
Yeah,
masks.
What about cloth? Like, there's people that wear cloth coverings. I see here there's 1-layer cloth covering, 2-layer cloth covering, and surgical masks here, as well as no masks. It is observable. Masks work. Even with a freaking cloth covering, it works.
Well, there is also an angle to it where if someone is wearing a mask all day,
all right, but you have to acknowledge masks work. We know they work. They reduce the spread of illnesses. They do work. I'm literally showing it to you. You have to acknowledge this. If you do not acknowledge this, then at this point, you basically aren't living in reality world, and we have to move on.
It's fine. It's fine. And, I don't want to get too hung up on it. I feel like me and you stay pretty cordial with each other. But, yeah, we definitely do disagree on that. No problem, man. I'll call you in another time. Let me check up on a couple of things. And, yeah, as with the math stuff, we do kind of disagree. No big deal, man. Hey, you too, man. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Chat, am I like freaking crazy here? I'm showing masks working. We know they work. Jeff says masks can reduce transfer of it, but they are not a panacea. There is no better covering your mouth, sneezing into your elbow, turning away, etc. I don't know if it's any better or worse in your elbow, but the question is whether or not masks work. They do work. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm calling from Brazil. How are you?
What was your name?
Alex.
Alex. What you want to talk about, Alex?
I wanted to talk about healthcare as a topic in the current politics discussions.
Okay. You want to talk about healthcare. What about healthcare do you want to talk about?
So I remember when I moved to the U.S. and started following U.S. politics for the first time, everybody was talking about issues with healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
There is not enough coverage for everybody. It's very expensive. People are losing coverage and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally agree with those concerns. It seems to me that in the last few years, this topic has almost disappeared from any discussion. You don't hear about that on TV, on radio. First of all, is my impression wrong?
Yeah.
And okay?
Well, so the topic of healthcare has not disappeared, but I do see that Republicans do appear to be brushing it under the rug, saying that they have a plan when there is no plan. They have never had a plan,
Right.
And anybody who believes that they have a plan is an idiot, and just hook, line, and sinker to people who are, let's be honest, are just neglectful of the needs of American people.
I totally agree. But what I'm wondering is why the left doesn't talk more about that. To me, this should be the number one issue in any political
I think like right now, the
discussion.
number one issue is the economy, just like the overall economy. I mean, we're not seeing a huge improvement in the economy, even though that's what Donald Trump ran on effectively.
Okay, but are you saying that this is what's going on, or are you saying that this is how it should be? I mean, do you agree with me that people should talk more about healthcare, because it's a bigger problem, honestly,
About
than
healthcare?
the economy? Yes.
I mean, it's for sure a very big problem. I mean, I agree with you. I just think that right now the Republicans don't really, they're the ones that are in control, and they don't really have a real solution for the healthcare situation.
I agree, but my main point is that the left should complain or talk more about that.
I mean, but that's
Europe,
all they have is they can just talk about it. They don't have any power currently. So whatever you're seeing regarding healthcare, this is all the Republicans, baby.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, there are elections next year, right?
Yep.
This should be the most concerning
Exciting.
things for Americans. Maybe I come from Europe, and I'm telling you, in no European country it would be acceptable to have a healthcare system that doesn't cover everybody.
I am in complete agreement with you. I believe that we should nationalize the healthcare industry to then make it cheaper for everybody. I believe that you should basically have fully covered healthcare as soon as you're born. And considering the fact that we're already spending per person in healthcare more than any of these other developed countries, and this is at a federal level, I think like it's sitting at 12,000, whereas like the Netherlands is like 7,700 per person. It tells me that we seem to be creating policies that are benefiting insurance companies and not people.
But now you're talking about possible solution, right? National healthcare system, and I can agree there might be also other solutions. But my concern comes really before that. Before we talk about solutions, my concern is why the left is not raising this as a huge.
They are. I mean, the left is actively talking about healthcare. Like it's all over the news. But again, the left is very limited in what they're capable of doing currently. There just isn't any way to make any push for any legislation. The Trump administration is just stomping over everything.
Yes, I agree the left has no power now, but I'm concerned about when it comes to topics for the coming elections. I think the left is not doing enough to raise this as a concern. It used to do that. They were talking much more about that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember.
No, they are talking about it. I mean, it's still
and then Obamacare. Sorry, go ahead. There is a bit of delay.
Yeah, let me look here.
So you're saying maybe my impression is wrong. Maybe you said they're talking about that in the same way as they were in 2006, 7, or 8, or Obamacare. I have a different feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right here, we're already talking about, for example, the Affordable Care Act. This is actually a huge question currently. This is straight from AP News. This is Today article. Higher cost, worse coverage. Affordable Care Act enrollees say expiring subsidies will hit them hard. For one Wisconsin couple, the loss of government-sponsored health subsidies next year means choosing lower quality insurance plan with a higher deductible. For a Michigan family, it means going without insurance altogether. For a single mom in Nevada, the spiking costs mean fewer Christmas gifts this year. It is stretching her budget already while she waits to see if Congress will act. Less than 3 weeks remain until the expiration of the COVID era enhanced tax credits that have helped millions of Americans pay their monthly fees for Affordable Care Act coverage in the past 4 years. I think that me personally, like I believe that the Affordable Care Act hasn't gone far enough. I think the only way that they were even capable of passing the Affordable Care Act was by catering to insurance companies. And they, in the creation of the Affordable Care Act, they involved insurance companies in the creation of those bills. And I'm saying we need to take insurance companies and kick them down the frickin' road. There is so much money that I'm throwing at insurance. I mean, just looking at the principal of my of my house and my house loan, I'm paying, I think it's $560 for the stupid homeowner's insurance plan, and and that's every month, bro. It's like a freaking, like a really nice car payment. Like $560 a month, and I swear to God, these fucking insurance companies, they're bleeding us dry. It's horrendous, and I'm astonished why we even like try to help these companies. Like, these people they're sitting there, they're just like, oh, we're not going to be able to have enough money. Meanwhile, I'm like looking at their freaking building. They have the tallest building in town. And the doctors just like with this ridiculous amount of money. I'm just like these huge homes, and all of the freaking executive and insurance, people that hold the stock, they're doing fabulous. They're like super rich, and they're like, oh, we don't have enough money. We can't pay for this stuff. Fuck you. You suck. You're a horrible human being, and I wish that you would like disappear. Like, I don't know. We just need to fix this. Like, we need to like actually make policy that help people and not shareholders.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a single payer, some kind of single payer.
100%. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid.
Another thing that, because I lived in at least 3 European countries, so they all had 100% coverage for everybody. It's not perfect. I'm not saying this. In some countries there are always delays and things, but I noticed two important things. First of all, it doesn't have to be everything pub managed by the government. For example, in Sweden, all the hospitals and doctor offices are actually private. It's just that the government is paying. And
Yes.
it works very well. I saw
Yes.
that myself.
Yes.
So people should not be scared about, the government will decide if I will get
No,
medicine or
you're not going to
that kind
find
of thing.
me
It's
in
just-
any disagreement. When I went to the
but
Netherlands.
another thing that you might disagree. I also noticed that even if, so for example, in Italy, healthcare is not perfect. So sometimes there are delays, so you end up going to a private clinic, but it's much, much cheaper than US, even when it's private and not subsidized. So this is something that I really don't understand. Why a country that is not at all rich as US you can pay less than 100 euros for specialist visit or things like that. This is another thing I don't understand. In the US it would be $800 or something like that.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's much worse than that. There was you could see some of the bills that people get. You'll have $400 for a Tylenol pill. And I'm just like, why are you like this? Oh, well, because we can just do that. Fuck you. And I'm like, fuck me, fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. Dude, we need to push back against these assholes. These freaking the insurance companies robbing us blind. The freaking hospitals with these giant freaking shareholders with a shit ton of money. They're pulling away from us as well. They're pulling the rug under us. They're like, oh yeah, this is trust me, there's nothing we could do. There's nothing we could do about it. Oh, sorry, as they like rob you and like take all of your money and make you take out a second mortgage on you now just because something bad happened to your heart.
Yeah, I think we agree on this 100%. The thing we still don't agree on, I still have the impression that the left is not doing enough to.
Well, I agree. I don't think anybody's doing enough. I mean, this is the problem is to blame on both Democrats and Republicans. Both Democrats and Republicans are responsible for what they have done, right? They've destroyed the healthcare industry, and the healthcare industry is a freaking nightmare. Navigating it is a freaking nightmare. It's awful. Nobody wants to go to these hospitals anymore. Like half the time I'm terrified of what the freaking bill is going to be. So I just don't get care. I don't go.
And it's interesting. I mean, when I talk to most of my American colleagues or friends, they seem to, first of all, don't care enough about this problem. Second, they believe in some kind of propaganda that tells them that if you have a single payer system, then the government will decide.
Oh yeah, no, they call it socialism. They say, oh, this is like.
Old. They tell me a lot of this crap. I don't know where they hear this.
Yeah, they say it's socialism when you have like a single payer system. Meanwhile, you have like just about every developed country in Europe already has a single payer healthcare system, and it works. Oh, what do you fucking know? And really what it is like we've been so inundated with all sorts of this total nonsense that like people think that, oh, this is nothing can be done about it. This is normal. This is completely fine. Meanwhile, freaking shareholders are walking away with more money than ever before. It's fucking insane. Fuck these people. These people are freaking like, I don't know. They're like lizard people, bro. Like they're not even human anymore. They're like fucking monsters. They want to get more profits for themselves and their shareholders so they can buy another fucking yacht. Meanwhile, there's like people that like genuinely need care and they're not getting the care that they need. It's so frustrating. It's so annoying.
Yes. Okay, so thanks for your time. I appreciate that. I watch your show often.
Thank you.
I have a question. Are you looking for, should I call only when I disagree on something or also when I
if you want to just agree, if you want to just call and talk about something, sure, I don't care.
Okay. And another question, this will sound like a very silly question. Are you playing a video game or how does it work?
Oh, right now
Are you playing a video game?
Right now I'm drawing.
You're what?
I'm drawing.
You're drawing?
Yeah.
Okay. But other times I see you with some kind of video game in the background. What?
Yes.
Okay, so you play the video game while talking to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Right. I wasn't used to that. Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Nope, you're good. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too, thanks.
We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. What y'all thinking of my goblin? How's it looking? Let's see. Jackster says, First Amendment, where do you ground your morals? I ground them off of human reason. You're on the line with First Amendment.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hang tight. Give me 1 second. What's your name?
My name is Dylan.
Dylan. All right, Dylan, what you want to talk about?
I want to talk about your take on conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
I completely disagree. I think you're completely out of control. I think you're completely wrong. I think conspiracy theories are good, and I think you are baseless and illogical.
Okay. What basis do you have in believing in conspiracy theories?
Okay. I believe that conspiracy theories exist, right? And that
I
some
agree
of them
they
are
exist. The
completely
question
wrong.
is whether or not that they're true.
Right, exactly. But they are not true until they're proven true, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So we have these things that take place in our government, and we need to figure out if they're true. And the only way to prove if they're true is if we then go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. If we never go down that rabbit hole, we never know if they're true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, listen, there's nothing wrong with, like, investigating and taking the time to try to, like, understand a specific thing. But the problem that I have with conspiracy theorists is that they jump the gun. They automatically assume that something is happening, only to find out that, when it eventually blows up in their face. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you don't end up with a Jeffrey Epstein situation. You end up with a Pizzagate situation. Do you see what I'm saying? And, like, what I need is there to be, like, real empirical evidence, not nonsense conspiracies that is often propagated by people that have too much time on their hands.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. My problem is that I think that there's a lot of conspiracy theories that get mocked or are not true, right? Or get mocked for being not true, and they turn out to be true, right? Like, I mean, I think.
With one.
Well, tell you one. Is that what you said? I can hear you for a second.
Yeah. Hit me with one. I want to hear.
Okay,
it.
well, let's go with the. All right, let me think. Okay, the syphilis experiment, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, right? That's a perfect example of one. Are you familiar?
What is it?
The Tuskegee syphilis experiment?
The Tuskegee syphilis experiment. I'm pretty sure that that's not a conspiracy. That actually happened.
I know that actually no, that's not an example of one that actually happened and turned out to be true, right?
Okay, sure. So, like, here's the thing, right? I'm not against investigating, right? But again, I'm saying, like, conspiracy theorists, they jump the gun. They end up arguing things that are just total nonsense.
Right, but if you were someone in the 40s and you were told that a bunch of that the federal government was basically torturing a bunch of black people and experimenting on them for absolutely no reason whatsoever, and basically, like, systematically killing the poorest population in the United States, you would say that's insane. But it's like something that actually.
I mean, I would say, what proof do you have? I would say, hey, show me proof, right? This is kind of like what I did with the guy who was saying that the election was stolen. I asked him, hey,
right,
what proof do you have? Show me evidence. And then he gave me evidence of a guy who's just like some known conspiracy theorist who is known to spread false information, and that's his source. It's a terrible source.
Right. Okay, I actually have a comment on that. Okay, so
right.
So my problem with I don't agree with anything that guy was saying, right? But I guess my problem is the way at which you approach it, right? So then you go to the CNN and you publish a CNN article and you say, well, this guy's he's either being defamed or you can trust CNN, and you have your graphic of CNN. But the way my worldview is, I don't trust any of these people, because they all, they're right sometimes, but they're also, we know that they lie about stuff. And there's like plenty of examples of the media coming together to cover something that they know is not true. You know, I mean, it's happening right now with the Israel stuff. Another conspiracy theory that ended up being real that the media covered for was the reason we went to the Gulf War, which was the government saying that there was a hospital that was massacred.
I mean, if I can't trust the media, right, and I can't trust like any of these sources, what can I trust?
Right. Well, I think that is a great question. I think that's a question that many Americans are dealing with. I think that's a question that I struggle with every day. So much of what we're fed now.
I don't struggle with this question because I go through authoritative bodies. I look at scientific studies. What is the scientific consensus? I look at like what are, people that are well read in this particular field and are trustworthy sources. It's not just some crackpot somewhere. It's actually some established fact scientific consensus. So I don't have an issue at all finding that information. But the problem for you is that since you're telling me, hey, you can't trust CNN, well, okay, great. What can you trust? If I can't trust any source, like where do I go to get information?
I don't know. I think that's part of the problem we're facing today, right? I mean,
well, hold on. This is not it's my problem. It's not my problem because I already have, where I get my information from. I already know what to do. I look at scientific studies from credible sources, and I also use AP and Reuters, as well as I read a lot of books from various politicians. That's where I get my information, because these are I believe that these are credible sources. But I'm asking you, if you're reading something, what do you do to determine that it's credible?
Well, I don't consider anything as far as like current event wise credible, right?
Okay, so nothing is credible. We're basically we may as well be a hard solipsist here.
I would say that that's close to true right now, at least in today's climate. I don't think there's too many things that you can consider credible. I think you should question everything you hear, right? I mean, everyone has something to gain, right? I mean, for example, I'm sure at some point you had a completely different view on Jeffrey Epstein than you do today, right?
That's correct.
I know I do.
Well, my view on Jeffrey Epstein now is I don't believe that he, I do believe that he actually killed himself. And this is just after me reviewing the evidence that was available.
Okay. I have a different take on that. I honestly, I don't even know if I have a take on that. I don't really know. But I think it's a problem with the degrading of our institutions. I prefer to be able to.
But I don't see here's the thing. The only people that are saying that the institutions are degrading are usually crackpot theorists that have their own podcast. I don't believe that the institutions are degrading. I don't, right? If you're talking about for example, let me ask you this. Is global warming real?
Okay, so I would say, and I've done a lot of research on this. I would say yes, it is real. I would say the conspiracy part and the part where people are making money is at what extent humans are having an impact on it, right? And I think that's the part that I think most people would say we do not know.
Are you aware
people want to
that that Coke Industries was creating trusts to then hire scientists that would defame the overall scientific consensus and cast doubt as to whether or not climate change was caused by humans? Did you know that happened?
Yes.
Okay. What I find very commonly is that the conspiracy theorist is sitting there looking everywhere to see if they can find a conspiracy when the Koch brothers are known for being giant oil magnates that have billions of dollars to gain by denying the negative market externalities caused by by their product, fossil fuels. Yet for whatever reason, they seem to be arguing in favor that it is in fact the climate science that is what is the conspiracy, not the other way around. Do you see the problem I have?
Right. Yeah, but that's one. That's like one half of it, right? So I mean, I agree 100% with what you're saying, 100%, right? But then you have another side where there is a huge push from people.
There is no
Elon
other
Musk.
side regarding the.
There is another side
regarding the consensus on what is causing climate change. Right,
No.
it's overwhelming.
No, you're wrong.
It's so. I'm not wrong. Here, I'll help you out.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, hey, let's get off the climate change thing because you're obviously biased towards one side.
No.
But
It's not a bias.
Yeah.
No, stop.
Whoa.
So have you ever heard of a website called consensus.app? Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, so it is. I don't typically use AI because I think AI ends up fabricating information. This one does not do that. What it does do, however, is that it grabs its information entirely from scientific studies and is able to find what is the consensus regarding a specific topic. So I'm just going to ask the consensus, what are humans causing climate change? And we're going to pull up the consensus. Just give me one quick second, okay?
Okay, that sounds perfect. Climate change is not something I really care about as far as this conspiracy theory stuff goes. But I would love to talk about, I'd love to get back in the Jeffrey Epstein thing if possible.
We can, sure. Just give me one quick sec. I don't know what the heck is taking so long. Sorry. I'm not sure what's taking so long. I think my consensus app is down right now. That's okay. Anyway, we can continue.
Well,
go ahead.
You can just go ahead and tell me whatever you want to tell me, and I'll just. So my issue with climate change.
Yeah. So it is in terms of climate science, it's literally like 99% agreement on the climate science debate whether or not humans are the cause of climate change, right? And it's in giant consensus. The only instances of a lack of consensus was throughout the 2000s and 2010s, where the Koch brothers were funding scientists to cast doubt into climate change, so that way they would not be held responsible for their actions, and they could continue garnering the billions of dollars that they are making.
Yeah. So I agree with you 100% with what you're saying. My problem is when it comes to what percentage of climate change is being caused by humans, right? So everyone agrees that humans are having a impact on climate change. The problem is, if you look into science, and I've read several books on this, that no one can agree on how much of an impact. So some people think that it's 100%. Some people think it's 20%. Some people think it's 30%. And then the question is as Americans, how does that affect policy?
The problem
right?
is
how much climate change is America?
It's a net positive. It doesn't matter the exact amount, because what we're doing is that we're grabbing carbon from the Carboniferous era, burning it, and it is now in the environment, right? You've heard the law of thermodynamics. This is matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. This is a perfect example of that. When you are taking stuff from the Carboniferous era, burning it, the matter is still there, and it goes up into the air. And we can observe what it ends up doing is that it causes there to be increased amounts of gas emissions. And we could observe the increases of carbon dioxide as well as methane, which contribute to the greenhouse gas effect. This is increasing the ocean acidification, which could potentially destroy valuable phytoplankton, which is literally what creates the oxygen on planet Earth.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you said. My problem is that it does, the only thing I disagree with is that it does actually matter the impact that we do have because it affects policy for the future. Right. So let's say everything you said is
what conspiracy theory do you think that you wanted to go over, like specifically?
Well, no, now we're on this. I'm coming back to it. I haven't thought about this in like 6 years, but I'll keep going on this real quick. Is my problem why it does matter is because everything you said is 100% true, but the problem is that it comes down to how much money we need to spend and then exactly what we're going to do about it. So if we if you look at the timeline, because this is a big issue.
Yeah, so the goal is actually not to spend a ridiculous amount of money. The goal is to transition off of fossil fuels, right? We do not have to leave fossil fuels right away. It's, hey, let's make some conceded steps to reduce fossil fuel use, right? Because, and what's crazy is that we actually have the technology to do this already. We don't actually need additional technology. We could just slowly transition to the usage of electric vehicles, for example, public transportation, entirely electric, battery power usage, solar and wind. Hell, I'm even willing to acknowledge the nuclear option as well. Those are fabulous options. We have the technology. It's just we have giant oil magnets that have a vested interest to ensure that we continue using their product and they're perfectly okay with garnering the billions of dollars that they generate at the expense of the planet. Because let's face it, these people will be dead by the time that we actually have to face the music on this. That's the problem that I'm having.
Yeah, I agree with you, but if you actually get into I agree with everything you said. The problem is that when you take the percentage of impact that we have and then the amount of impact that we can have that would reduce or reverse course, and you look at the different projections that people have, like you have some people who believe that it's like an imminent danger that we should be, like there were projections in like 2012 that we would already be underwater now, right? And then there's projections that we're not going to be underwater.
Wait, that's already happening.
Until
Hold on, that's already happening. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying that everyone has different timelines, right?
Okay, so there's like disagreements on the timeline, but the question is whether or not is it caused by humans? That's the
part that matters.
No,
that's the part that matters.
But no, it matters greatly because we could easily, we have the technology. We are capable of transitioning to a viable energy resource. And also, let's just face it, economically speaking, wanting to design your entire economy off of the back of a non-renewable energy resource is incredibly short-sighted. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree with everything you're saying. I agree. I'm more concerned about the reality of it all, right?
Okay, but again, like the conspiracy theorist wants to sit there and cast doubt into climate change when it's in fact the Koch brothers that are feeding you that total nonsense. Have I said anything that's nonsense yet? I'm just saying. I'm saying what you're doing is that you're feeding into the doubt. Oh, well, what level are humans? Well, we know humans are causing it. We know, right? It doesn't matter what level because ultimately what's happening is that we are taking stuff from the Carboniferous era and then burning it, and now it's in the air. That's not a hot take. We are doing that, right?
No, but. Right, I agree 100%. The problem is
so then when we see increases amounts of temperature increase when we're supposed to be in an ice age, we know that that's the cause of climate change. We know that that's the cause of us burning fossil fuels and then it ending up in the air.
Right, I agree 100% with what you're saying. My problem is that for example, let's take. So how do you solve the car? Car emissions are a major issue. How do you solve it? We have the technology right now. Go. What is it? What's the solution?
Electrified cars. What? And also pull away from the car centric system that we have right now. We need to operate more towards a people centric city design and planning, and in combination of electric vehicles.
Okay. So do we have the battery power right now for electric vehicles? Where are we getting the
Yes.
batteries to electric vehicles? Where are we getting the batteries?
Yes, we do.
Where's all
So
that
if you
research from?
if you basically make it to where you have more bike lanes than you do car lanes, people end up picking the car, and it reduces the amount of parking lots that exist, and it increases the overall it increases the ability of people to be able to get from point A to point B. You can look at, for example, the Netherlands that has already done this, where they have effectively bikeified their entire state. As a result, people in general, they do not use the car. Most people don't even own a car in the Netherlands or even have a driver's license, because there's tons of public infrastructure available for people to get from point A to point B. And because they're using bikes to get from point A to point B, they build things closer to one another. So that way people don't really bike for more than maybe, say, 30 minutes to get from point A to point B. And so if you create a system that is effectively car-centric, and you make stuff really far away because you have created a bunch of parking lots that honestly are bigger than the actual building itself. I mean, you could look at Walmart parking lots, Target parking lots, grocery store parking lots. They're bigger than the building. If you design it in a way that is people-centric and accommodating for not car usage, then less people would be using cars.
Okay, so how long do you think building something like that?
Like total? Like the whole infrastructure project? About 10 years.
To change the entire U.S., every U.S. city.
Yeah, about 10
Florida,
years. Yeah, it could be done in about 10 years.
Okay. And we have enough batteries to completely switch right now. We get rid of
the
all
actual
gas.
energy usage would be much less, because last time I've checked, cars are, well over 2,000 pounds on average. Some upwards of 4,000 pounds. So anywhere between 2,000 and 4,000 pounds. I don't know if you ever took your physics course, but the heavier an object is, or the more mass an object is, the more energy is required to move it. If people are going around in electric bikes and electric scooters, or just regular bikes and scooters, it's less mass going from point A to point B. And so you're using battery power, which is far less energy usage than if you used a car.
Shows that I'm studying here right now that shows, this is actually from Forbes. They say that if everyone in the U.S. switched to put on 2 times of what the U.S. electric grid is capable of, it would double what the U.S. grid is capable of.
So that's under the presumption of cars.
Yeah, cars, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. I want there to be less cars. Cars are stupid. Cars are a giant, is one of the dumbest ways to get people from point A to point B. Why not build public infrastructure? Why not build more bike lanes, more things that people can ride on? That way more people are using electric bikes and scooters, or regular bikes. It's way more efficient.
No, I'm with you. I just think that is a little rich. In 10 years, every
no. I mean, well, the Netherlands did it. They basically completely covered the entirety of the state. So here's the thing, right? We're already poor in billions of dollars towards current road infrastructure, right? This is part of defense spending, the road infrastructure that we have. So what we would do is take some of the money that's already allocated towards roads and put it towards bike lanes. Right? Stop building so many car lanes.
Okay, so the average American's commute to work is a 30-minute car drive.
Yes, that's because we with a bike drive? Yes, because we built it that way. We built it that way. We created zoning laws that ensure that where you work is very far away from where from where you live. We created residential zoning and commercial zoning that ensure the requirement of the car. We created an induced demand to do so. And I'm saying that we repeal that so that way people end up building closer to one another. And when you build more bike lanes and more traffic, people will end up creating, putting businesses closer to where people live.
Okay, repeal what though exactly? Repeal the zoning laws, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I think that there's zoning laws that are designed to emphasize car-centric infrastructure that just ultimately causes people to sit in freaking traffic jams all day.
Okay, so majority of people, right, the way the American system is currently set in, is that people work in a city, right? They work some sort of business in a tower in a city, and then they live in a suburb 30 minutes out, right? That's how it basically is, right? That's a vast majority of Americans, right?
I mean, yeah,
20% of Americans.
It could be a small business as well.
Okay, so 20% of America is rural, and they have to have a car, right? Do we acknowledge that?
Listen, I'm not against cars. I'm not against cars in general. I'm saying that you would reduce the amount of people that need to use a car.
You
by
just
a
said
substantial
I really
margin.
hate cars. I'm anti-car. That's literally what you just said.
Okay.
You just said I'm really anti-car.
Right. So can someone? Okay. Can someone own a car?
All
right. Can someone own a car? Yes, they can own a car. If you need a car, you need a car. It is what it is. Right. I'm saying getting every single person from point A to point B with a fucking car is stupid. It's a huge waste of energy.
Right. Okay. I'm with you. Okay. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that I don't think the plan you're pushing forward right now doesn't make any sense, right? Because
you think it doesn't make any sense? Well, it's already done in the Netherlands. Works great. Why can't we do it here? Are we too stupid?
I mean, if you would you listen to me for a second, or are you just going to insult me because you're losing this right now?
I didn't insult you. I said, are we as Americans stupid?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you asked if I was stupid. Yeah, well, so because the system's already set. So the Netherlands specifically, I mean, so you're talking about Amsterdam. I've been in the Netherlands. Amsterdam is extremely small, right? Extremely small.
No, I'm talking about the entirety of the Netherlands. It's got cycling is the primary mode of transport throughout the entire. I mean, I can show you the map, like Netherlands.
I haven't. I've been to the Netherlands.
Yeah, I've been to the Netherlands as well. It's amazing. It's freaking amazing.
I'm with you. It is amazing. It is amazing. But the fact, okay, so I'm just trying to work through the actual physical numbers here, okay? So you have a power grid, okay?
By the way, I'm going to just show this on stream as well, so you can see the bike map for the Netherlands. You could see that the entire country is saturated with bike lanes. Now, what's interesting though is you don't even need to have this level in the United States because obviously there's huge distances between where people live, like from town to town. But I think within towns, like we 100% need to emphasize bike usage and build things closer to one another, similar to what the Netherlands did. Anyway.
Right. Okay, but my point is that this like La La Land you're talking about right now, and
it's not a La La Land. It can't work.
Can you just let me finish while I'm saying this more?
Okay, but you're mischaracterizing, like as if what I'm asking is something that is just completely out of the realm of imagination. This has been done in multiple cities, in multiple towns. There have been the decarification in certain towns, and it has been successful, widely successful. So no, it is not La La Land.
Where has it happened in America?
Let me look that up.
In a city as large as Jacksonville, where people live. The average American commute is 30 minutes, okay? And so are you telling me in 10 years that the giant bank that the person works at in Jacksonville, that bank is going to move closer to them, or they're going to move closer to them in 10 years? People don't just move homes in 10 years. That's my main issue with what you're saying.
I'm actually not sure if there's been any towns that specifically went for a bike-centric infrastructure, but I'm sure I could find instances of that. But we also are aware that multiple countries have done it, and the Netherlands was capable of doing it. Let me take a look here, though. Give me a moment, okay? I'm looking for a more
If I can
modern
say something
example.
while
I
you bring
pulled
it
up. Oh, what am I doing? Wait. That would be the case in New York City.
New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, New York City is not even close to any comparable
It's
to any
definitely
other
people centric.
U.S.
It's
city.
not, but it's not car centric. I promise
It's
you that. Most
the
people don't own a
only,
car.
You're naming, I mean,
in
that's
New
like
York.
the literal only one. And New York has been that way for years. It's because everything is so condensed. Other normal U.S. cities are so much newer. Okay?
What about Portland, Oregon, then? That's also a bike city.
Portland's a good example, actually.
Yeah, Portland
So
is the first U.S. city to make protection the default for all new bike lanes. And here's the picture here.
I'll give you Portland.
So Portland, Oregon,
I can tell
default for all new bike lanes. U.S. cities built roads around driving, sometimes walking. If people wanted to bike, they were left to decide among the sidewalk, the shoulder, or the middle of the traffic lane. Then starting in 1967, a few cities tried striping bike lanes on the side of roads. In 1971, a Republican legislator in Jacksonville, Oregon, who biked for exercise, convinced his colleagues to require bike lanes on most road construction projects. The bike bill, as it was known, including exceptions, but unlike any other law in the country at the time, it required anyone proposing a project without bike facilities to explain why not. Over the 45 years that followed, the why not requirement in the Oregon's bike bill had gradually created a state by far highest biking commuting rate in the nation, 2.6% statewide, higher than all but 8 of the major U.S. cities. Oregon's largest city created other new policy effective immediately. Every time Portland road designers recommended a bike lane, they would need to make it a protected bike lane or else explain why not. Portland's policy, announced internally in October 19th memo from the Transportation of Director Leah Treat, applies to all city-managed streets with an average daily traffic of 3,000 motor vehicles or more. It's the first policy we know of in the United States. Pretty cool. And look how nice it looks. Wouldn't you like to live here? Looks nice. Anyway, bike lanes do work. We know we can implement them in the United States. You happy?
Not in 10. No, I'm actually not happy. It's not in 10 years. So
not in 10 years. You don't think you can change a zoning law permit that'll enable businesses to be nearby? It's just not possible.
No, I
in
think
your eyes?
I 100% do not think that's possible.
Coriolis Tony just gave $9.99 USD saying, thank you for the show and taking my call, First Amender. I really appreciate it, Tony. Thank you. Anyway.
So, because I mean, I'm thinking about New York again. I mean, all of Connecticut is basically a giant suburb of New York City, right? Like how many people are commuting to New York City every single day for work? You know what I mean? That New York's actually a good example of a strong commuting work. Everyone commutes from New York, New Jersey.
Millions, like every day, are commuting.
Yeah. So, I mean, what are you going to do with those people? I mean, like in 10 years,
New York is already an example of a people-centric infrastructure. It's not centered around the cars anymore. There's too many damn people. There's no way you're going to get that many cars through. So people tend to not ride in cars. They use public transport.
Oh, like you mean like trains and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see a city like Jacksonville, a city like Orlando.
No,
I
Tampa,
do. A city like Atlanta.
Why not? Why not? Why can't you do it in Why wouldn't you be able to do it in Orlando or Tampa?
Okay, because I give it because all of the jobs are in downtown Atlanta, right? And then everyone lives in the suburbs, like Marietta. Everyone lives in the suburbs.
So why not change the zoning laws so that stops being a thing?
Okay.
Again, like we create the induced demand, and you're like, see, we need cars. It's like, no, you don't. You're just creating an induced demand, so that way people can sell more cars. That's what happened.
No, you're changing my argument. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't possible. What I'm saying is that it's not possible in 10 years.
Why not?
Right? So
the Netherlands did it. Why can't we do it?
No, Netherlands didn't do it. Netherlands
They did do it.
that.
They did it very quickly. They used to be car centric,
No.
and then they realized because people are freaking are stuck in cars all the time. They're like, oh, okay, we actually don't want to live in a society that's just smog ridden, freaking nightmare, hearing cars honking their horns all the time, and you're in constant freaking traffic trying to deal with the fact that like you're trying to get from point A to point B. They were car centric. They were.
No. That's just not
true. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, throughout the 1950s and 1970s, the Netherlands was very car-centric. Here,
wow.
Here's a picture of what the Netherlands looked like in the 1950s, 1970s. Here's what it looked like.
Okay.
Here you go.
So
this is your beautiful car-centric Amsterdam. Yeah, they were like, this is a fucking nightmare. How about we stop doing whatever fucking nightmare this is, and then we get rid of some of these lanes and instead have bike lanes. Now everybody rides around, they have a bike, right? Because they put the houses nearby the businesses, and people can get from point A to point B. It's very simple. And you know what's even better? You don't even need parking lots anymore. You don't have to like bulldoze any of these gorgeous buildings. You could keep the gorgeous buildings, and you just have a bike lane or a bike parking area, which is like, honestly, it could be, you could have probably like 500 bikes in like the size of my room. Right. It's like the tiniest amount of space required for a bike and parking a bike than it is parking cars. They did it.
Yeah.
Why can't we do it?
Okay. So go ahead and do a favor for me. Look up the size of Amsterdam by square mile and look at the size of Jacksonville.
But we're not just talking about the size of Amsterdam by square mile. We could also we could also look at the entirety of the Netherlands. The entirety of the Netherlands is completely covered with bike lanes.
Extremely small. Yes.
Okay, but don't you think that's bigger than Jacksonville? And you're just like, guys, it's not possible. There's no way. It can't be done. Sorry.
Look at the population of Netherlands and look at the population of Jacksonville for me.
Sure. Also, wouldn't you just have like a just scale it up? Like, this isn't an argument.
No, you can't. That's my point. You can't. So the issue
so the
is
population in the Netherlands is 17.99 million, and the population of Jacksonville is 1.01 million. So tell me why we can't do it again. Why can't we do it again?
I'll tell you. If you let me finish, you could cut me off. Okay, so the exact reason why is can you still hear me?
What?
The exact reason why is because, for example, a large company in Jacksonville is CSX, okay? It employs a ton of people in Jacksonville. It's the rail company. You have people who are traveling 30 minutes from every single direction, right? Outside of Jacksonville. 30 minutes, 40 minutes are commuting. People from Jacksonville Beach, you have people from Orange Park, and you have people from Georgia that commute into work every day, okay? So let's say you rezone. I like your blanket word rezone, okay? What are those people going to do about their job? Do they stay working at that CSX? Do they keep commuting? What incentive do they have? Are they just going to find a new job? Is a new job going to be created? Is CSX going to open?
Yeah, so what would happen is that you're building businesses closer by, and they can choose whether or not that they want to continue with a very long commute or find or potentially find another job when they realize that there's jobs just like that closer to their house.
I mean, but what are these
people would just naturally move in this direction, right?
So you're just in CSX, instead of having one large corporation company or one spot in Jacksonville, is now going to have a lot of offices in a bunch of different places.
Sure.
So CSX is just going to branch off to a bunch of different locations from their headquarters.
Yeah, sure. It could happen. Sure.
But that's just not how companies work, right? I mean, companies go to one large building and they
Oh,
say
you're
they're
right.
not
You're
gonna
right.
start branching off a
You're
ton of
totally
different
right.
things.
We should never do any of this bike-centric stuff. We should just keep doing, because this one company needs to have its workers in this specific location. You're right, dude. You figured it out.
No, I'm not talking about one company. I'm just talking about 10 years is like
I mean,
an insane timeline.
you're sitting there saying that is like that this is just totally unfeasible when obviously it is. It's been you asked for multiple instances of examples. I was able to provide the examples, and now you don't really have a rebuttal. You're just saying, "Oh, well, what about this one company?"
No, I'm not disagreeing with your examples. I'm disagreeing with your time. You've given me no evidence to say it can happen in 10 years.
I have no reason to believe that because like we have big giant infrastructure projects that take roughly 5-10 years. These huge interstate systems have been done 5-10 years. I have no reason to think that we can't build a bike lane 5 to 10 years. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't see it.
Yeah, no. Okay, so if there's a difference between building a bike lane and also changing a culture and also moving companies places, right? The amount of time it takes to build one. Well,
if I'm saying you build it,
like
these
years,
things,
right?
People come, right? If you build things in favor of cars, then yeah, people are going to get cars and buy cars and use cars.
You give me 2 examples of Amsterdam and Portland, right?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I guess, I don't know. My imagination is probably more active than yours. I don't know. Like, you just can't imagine this happening.
Well, because I live in reality. But here, let me.
I've already shown you instances of reality, and you're sitting there saying that it's just not possible. What do you mean I'm fucking not living in reality? No, fuck you. You're sitting there saying that I can't live in reality. When I pointed out very realistic examples with very real cities that are doing these very real things, and you're poo-pooing the idea when we know that this stuff actually fucking works. And I gave you realistic examples. So don't tell me that I'm not living in reality. How about this? You're the one that came in with fucking conspiracy theories. You're not living in reality. How about that? Now what?
Well, I only gave you conspiracy
where's your fucking reality when you're like sitting there operating on, what about conspiracy theories, bro?
Please, sir, please calm down. Please.
Well, I'm just pointing out, right? You're sitting there saying I don't live in reality when you're the fucking conspiracy guy.
So you're yelling. I know you're.
Yeah, I'm yelling at you because you fucking insult me directly by saying that I'm not living in reality, even though this is within reality. You're just being a douchebag, and so now as soon as I show you your ass, now for whatever reason, you've got a problem. Anyway, we're going to move on. You got anything else for me, Mr. No Reality? Mr. Conspiracy?
You told me, okay, just if you would please calm down and relax. You told me.
Nah, bro, we're done. We're done. Why don't you give me your last point, and then I'm moving on.
My last point is simply
maybe
that
next time don't come in insulting the host. How about that? Go ahead with your last point.
Okay. My last point is that you're obviously animated and angry, and I understand. So I just ask you to please calm down and not curse at me next time. And my final point is that you brought me 2 examples of 2 cities that started changing in the 1970s. And then you're telling me that today it works, and it has 70, 80, 90, that's 50 years. And it's been 50 years, and now they're reaping the benefits. That's great. But I'm just saying 10 years is a little ridiculous. And you haven't given me a reason to believe that something can happen so quickly in so much time. I agree with all the points you're making. They're all great. But the reality is that simply that the examples you've shown have shown that this takes more than just simply 10 years. And you're mad because for a reason I really don't understand. And you decide to curse and insult me, and now you're kicking me off because I won an argument. I'm happy to win an argument against a debate against someone who just wants to.
No, I'm kicking you off. I'm kicking you off because you said I wasn't living in reality. That's why I'm kicking you off. It's good talking to you. What a fucking douchebag. Imagine like I'm sitting there pulling up legitimate examples, and it's like we do have giant infrastructure projects that get done in roughly 10 years. I don't see any reason why something like that couldn't happen in the United States. Sitting there saying that I'm not living in reality, that's completely insane. Techlax says, run, Firsty, run. No, I don't want to get insulted, bro. Like, go fuck yourself. I don't owe you any of my time. We are taking calls, though. Phone number is 202-998-5218. AWOL says, first has a tell when he's losing a debate. He's cornered. He says, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you think that there is like a contest to win. I mean, I think we just had a disagreement about the exact timeline, like how often, like, is it possible to have bike-centric infrastructure in 10 years? I don't think that's, I don't think that that's a big ask. I really don't. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Also, AWOL, you need to add me on Discord. If you haven't added me on Discord, you need to, because you're going to be involved in the RN Raw debate. Can you please add me on Discord so we can discuss a particular topic? We have to come up with a... RN Raw had asked specifically for the... that he wanted the religious people to make a... to have a topic. Or come up with a topic. Let's see. JNNNA James says, what about EVs? The market for them is doing terrible. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of EVs. I think it's trying to solve a problem that, honestly, like, I believe that the problem is, I personally believe that the problem needs to be resolving the fact that we're using 2-ton boxes to move 200-pound apes. Doesn't make any sense. How my goblins looking? They're looking pretty good. Jacob Donahue says, how do I ride my bike in winter? Put a sweater on. Also, I believe in public infrastructure. So that way you can like ride a subway or be able to get from point A to point B. Jacob says, snow everywhere, man. LOL. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just have public infrastructure, so that way that's not a problem. I agree with you. That is a question. JI999A James says, first, did you watch the Nick and Pierce discussion yet? Yes, I did. That was psychotic. I was surprised. I thought Pierce did pretty surprisingly well. But looking at the comments, I was frightfully disappointed to see that there were a lot of people that agreed with Nick Fuentes' is just blatantly racist rhetoric. It's honestly kind of sad to see. Jacob says most towns can't afford that. Yeah, they just happen to be able to afford these roads and parking lots that, let's face it, is actually losing them money because parking lots can't actually pay property taxes. So what you do is you get rid of the parking lots and you have instead there be businesses. People can then purchase and rent those businesses out, sell products and services there, and they actually would end up paying property taxes. This would generate money for the town. So that this program would actually be able to pay for itself. DT says he just wanted to end a call because he didn't know what he was talking about. No, I know what I'm talking about. The problem is I didn't like the fact that he was like, oh, you're not living in reality world, when he is the one that's arguing conspiracy theories. BRB Bathroom says, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Jacob Donahue says, I'll call you. Give me a sec. Okay. Calls are open. The phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. We've got Coriolis Tony sending another $4.99 USD. Thank you very much for the donation, Coriolis Tony. That's very, very nice of you. Saying, how many cars have you owned in your life? Do you have a dream car? Yes, I owned, oh my goodness. I owned, most of the cars that I owned were like 90s cars, or even like, I even owned like a car in 89. I won't say what car I own now, but, man, I had some real clunkers and I loved my cars. You know, I had, a 97 Isuzu Rodeo. Here, I'll pull it up. It looked kind of like this. Here. Yeah, it looked like this. Isuzu Rodeo there. Old as heck car, but the AC works great. I had a 97 Oldsmobile Intrigue. And I'll pull up a picture of that as well. Yeah, I look like this. And let me also just tell you, that Oldsmobile Intrigue had a sunroof. And anybody who isn't aware, when an old car has a sunroof, is that the sunroof will leak. Eventually the gaskets fail and the sunroof will just start, you'll just start leaking water. Anyway, the sunroof I had, it would just leak, not like a tiny amount of water. We're talking like a full waterfall whenever it rained. It's like, oh, it's raining. I guess we're going to have a waterfall. And I would wake up in the morning to get in my Oldsmobile Intrigue, which smelled super musty from just the excess amount of water inside. And I would joke and say that I had waterfront property and show them the literal puddle that would just the puddle itself was like 3 inches deep. And it was like, okay, this is just my life. My life is this 3-inch deep puddle. I thought it was hilarious, man. But yeah, no, I had some shitty cars, man. Thankfully, my car is very reliable right now, and I don't have any problems with it. But man, did I have some really just pieces of crap cars, man. Some real junkers. People don't realize that I was broke. I was broke as hell, dude. For most of my life, I was broke. You know, I was always scraping by, but I'm glad now I'm doing better. By the way, go to college, kids. Go to college. Seriously. Any of these fucking morons, like, online telling you, don't go to college, it's a waste of money. No, idiot. Go to college. Trust me, go to college. It's a good thing. You will not regret it. Chances are in your favor that you will not regret having gone to college. All right. Citizen says a car today would not run due to all the electric components. Just saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not I agree with you. I don't like the new like cars having all of the electric crap in it. Me myself, I use an electric scooter lately. I've been riding around in my electric scooter, and I got to tell you, I love that thing. It is so much more fun than being in a car, bro. It's not even close. So fun. What do you guys think of this mace? What do you think of it? Do you like the mace? Do you like my mace gang game, I guess. Hell yeah, let's go. Jacobs Donahue says, can I call you on Discord? Yeah, you can call me on Discord. AWOL, did you add me on Discord yet? AWOL? AWOL, I sent you a friend request. Please add me back. Add me back. We're working on the thing with R and Raw. BRB Bathroom says, I like the mace. It's a perfect mace. Some people say it's the most perfect mace. Thank you. I'm assuming that's a reference of something. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Man, look at these gobbies. They looking good. All right, we got a call from rdanger. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hold on a sec. Let me get my thing working.
Can you hear me? Oh, you're muted.
You're on the line with First Amender.
What's up, First Amendment? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I was just listening and I was just listening to the bike
The bike debate?
Oh shit, hang on, I gotta mute this. All right. I had the YouTube going and it was freaking.
You're good. You were
but
talking
yeah, I
about
heard
the bike debate?
going on. So I live in Billings, Montana, right?
Mhm.
So like, sell me the bike.
Billings, Montana?
Sell me riding a bicycle to work in the wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
Sell it to me.
Well, let's pull up Billings, Montana, shall we?
Or anywhere northwest town,
Mhm.
especially where it gets cold, snowy, you know.
Yeah.
Even small towns, not even Billings, Montana. Sell someone out in Wyola that.
How cold does it get in the Netherlands?
Not that cold.
In the
That's another thing. That's another thing about Europe too. Is Europe, the continent of Europe, is warmer than the continent of North America because of Africa.
So apparently it can drop to -10 degrees to -20 degrees centigrade, which is anywhere between 14 and 4 degrees Fahrenheit during severe cold fronts.
Yeah. In the Netherlands, right?
Mm-hmm. That's the Netherlands.
Yeah. Yeah. And it can, but in general, Europe is warmer until you get up to like Scandinavia, of course.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm pulling up, people using bikes in the winter in the Netherlands. Now I could probably imagine there's probably a level where it's like, it's just not feasible to go out.
Exactly.
Exactly. In which case I personally believe that there just needs to be public infrastructure to ensure
Right.
that there's like buses that have heating.
Yeah. And like
Uh,
we have buses and stuff, but like there's
Yeah.
the small towns all around Montana. They can't even afford a bus. You know, like
No,
there's no
yeah, I
need for
get it.
one. There's just no need for one.
I get it. So here's the thing, right? Like
I do like
the-
your idea though. Like I do like what they did, like what the Netherlands did and everything. And I really do wish that could work in New York too. I hope they figure that out. Like I'm all on board with that. Like the bigger cities and stuff, like some of the bigger
they've already
cities,
figured
maybe
that
not
out in
so
New York.
much.
They have
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they have things like what is it? The subways and buses, and there's a lot of bike lanes, and you know it is people centric already, right? They don't have to worry about.
I've never been to that city. I never plan on going. I don't really
Yeah.
care too much for big cities and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But
I've been there.
I would
It's pretty cool.
I would like one of the main reasons is I look at like all the traffic, you know, it's like all those cars. It's like, dude, you can't imagine what that's got to smell like.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
freaking all that smog everywhere. Like it's
well,
horrible.
the smell is terrible, and honestly, the problem is not really the cars; it's the pee smell. You'll get like a trash smell or like a pee smell that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, that's
and it's terrible.
yeah. Now you're coming around to the reasons why I don't really like those places, but
Fair enough.
but like also like I was listening to your last talker too, and he was kind of right in the sense that like what will work in one place might not work so much in the other.
Mm-hmm.
I do like your idea. I think it's very noble. I just don't really think it's possible for the entire country. I think you can only do it in some places, you know, but not everywhere.
So I believe that
That's
we've
my opinion.
designed our cities and towns to be designed specifically for the car. And
Absolutely.
Billings,
So
Montana,
like one thing about Sorry.
and so
I don't wanna
Billings,
interrupt you.
Montana is no different, where it's like they wanted to create an induced demand. And so what they did is that they increased the amount of parking lots, the amount of roads. They've had an increased amount of stroads. They put things deliberately far away. They build things deliberately far away from one another to ensure.
I wouldn't say that.
No, they did. We know this to be
Not
the fact.
deliberately far away. There's certain reasons people own certain plots of land and things like that. So you can't exactly just put up a building wherever you want in this country.
Okay, so let me explain. Okay, this was subsidization that happened on the basis of GE's Tomorrowland. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
All right. So Tomorrowland, they basically, it was this GE sponsored event. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. There's actually old videos of this. Hold on. Where the heck? I'm going to see if I can find it. Sorry, just give me a sec.
No worries.
It keeps pulling up a DJ set called Tomorrowland. I'm looking for it though. Just give me a sec.
Right.
Let me see if I could just type in General Electric Vision of Tomorrow. I can't find it. I would have to spend the time to... Anyway, so here's basically what happened.
Okay.
Back then, we didn't really have as much infrastructure, and there was a lot more, people-centric
Exactly. Yes.
towns and cities, because not everybody could afford a car back in the day.
Right.
And, that sounded... once the cars started taking hold, they started, having more and more being created on the basis of the car. And one of the things that car companies strove to doing is they pushed to having construction projects that would emphasize a desire to use the car.
Absolutely.
So
of course
one
they
thing
would.
that they did is that they created zoning laws and ordinances saying, okay, commercial has to be away from homes. And and just so you're aware, right, we're not talking about like paper mills, for example, where it's like there's a necessity for it being far away. They're looking at things like offices and things that really it could be nearby people's houses. We just, we just wanted to create the induced demand of the car to emphasize purchase of a car, right? And we created highways.
I'm not all that well versed on all those laws.
Yeah. So we created the highways. We created the parking lots. We bulldozed entire towns and cities in order to have room for creating interstate highway mechanisms. And a lot of the times it was at the detriment of minorities that we did this.
So one thing about the different, like my brother told me a long time ago when I was a kid, he was like in Europe, or back when I was stationed, I've been to Europe, I'm stationed in Italy, and the cities there are very different. You can tell that the buildings went up kind of before the roads, right? Because all their infrastructure went up before the car came around.
Yeah.
And if you look at when the car first did come out, it was about, what was it, 1890s? I don't know when it was first. It was late 1800s, and it was unaffordable for 20, 30 years only, and then after that, it came around, and it really helped the country expand industrialization. Like, we became a monster. We are an undefeatable monster because it's not just because of that helped out. And so like back in the day, like everyone that basically using horses and shit and wagons, and then the car came out, and then literally within a couple decades, everybody's on one. So the cities were built up, and in America, the roads were built first, and then the buildings came after. That's pretty much like why we have that dynamic, right? Is like, yes, like cars, that's another thing where you're going to have friction on that issue with this country too, is like the car, it stands for more than just, getting around. Like, it's literally about American freedom to be able to go where the fuck I want. Like, I don't have to rely on the train conductor to tell me where I don't have to rely on his time to tell me where to go. I don't have to rely on the bus van, right?
Yeah. So like, the goal is not to restrict people from being able to use cars. The goal is to give people choices. Right now, right? If you look and probably observe your bike lanes, chances are they're not maintained at all.
Actually, we have bike lanes here, like my town, like we do really well. Yeah. Like, you just can't, nobody's riding bikes in the freaking wintertime though,
No, I get you. So here's the thing, right? In many different roads and highways, I mean, for example, there's a road nearby that has, that the speed limit is 60 miles an hour. And right next to it, right on it, like right on the road, it's, there's a bike lane. Now, let me ask you, who's using that bike lane? Zero people are using that bike lane, because that's terrifying.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this, dude. So like up in Beartooth Pass, it's like a 45-minute drive from me. And I took my girlfriend up there a couple weeks ago. People ride bikes up that thing. It's like 2 small lanes back and forth. That's it. And like, people out here like are fucking crazy. And also, when I was in Europe too, by the way, their bike lanes are way worse than ours. Like, people don't even pull off over to the side a little bit for bikers in Europe, dude. They stay straight on the line, and they'll be freaking going past those bikers by inches, and it works over there that way too. So like, just so you know, I saw that. like they did not pull over. Like in Montana, people will at least kind of like get over to the side of the road.
In the Netherlands, it was only bike lanes. And I mean, like, you could, for example, have a car. It was viable to have a car. It was just more convenient to be using the bike than it was a car, right? Because it's like, where are you going to
Amsterdam for park? Sure. Yeah,
but it's not just Amsterdam, right?
I've been to Amsterdam. I had a 6-hour layover.
It's the entirety of the Netherlands. The entire Netherlands is built that way.
Yeah.
And I love it. I think it's an amazing thing. And we should strive for that here in the U.S. Like, it makes life better for people. It makes you healthier. It it reduces the dependence on the car. It reduces fossil fuel and gas emissions.
So if you want to make Americans more like the Netherlands, first you got to start with the fucking education system and how they raise their children.
True.
You know, like because this country. No, I'm saying that we are not very tame as Americans. There's crime everywhere. You go to the Netherlands. Netherlands, they have respect for their shit. Americans don't. Like, you go to the fucking cities and shit or a poor area. People don't have respect for shit. You know, like, you'll get robbed and everything. There's, there's all that shit in Europe and countries. Well, Europe used to be fairly safe, but there's certain fucking bigger cities in Europe now that are way worse now. They're just like American cities practically.
Yeah.
It's getting worse, but yeah, I'm pretty right wing, but I'm pretty liberal too. To me, right wing means you want less government, and left wing all right wing means is that you want less government. You think government can do less to help, and left wing means you think government can do right to help. It has nothing to do with being a conservative or a liberal. You can be a liberal and want less government power. You can be a conservative and want more government power.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah. Well, that is literally like the intended definition of what left and right is supposed to be. It's not really like, there are certain aspects, like liberals generally do fall more left, but that does not mean that leftism is liberal.
Well, are you
the communists were not liberal.
let me ask you this: are you okay with the idea of government, and like, you think that it has a function and a purpose?
Of course, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just don't think that the government should be involved in my fucking life as much as it it is? Some people think it should. Yeah.
Okay. Like what?
I'm more like right wing, well, right now, like, I'm kind of happy with what it is right now. Like, government's not really involved in my life. Like, I would like to keep it that way. I don't.
But is there anything in particular? I guess is my question.
Well, it's like, as far as like my biggest gripe with that, what I guess is all I could really care about right now here in the country is taxes. Like, as if I feel I'm getting overtaxed, but right now I feel
you feel like you're getting overtaxed.
15% right now. It's not all that bad, and it helps out a lot. But yeah, we could probably. The problem is our country, we're a freaking superpower, and it's got a huge centralized government, of course, and it needs a bunch of freaking money, and there's not much we're going to do about it. I personally think
that we need to take money away from, say, the military-industrial complex,
right? Yeah,
and put it towards people.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be nice, but that's not the world we fucking live in.
The other thing that I would want to do is I would want to work on our education in the United States substantially. Completely
I think
change.
I would completely change it too. I would model Japan's, and I would totally militarize it too. And discipline
for starters, like, this is just very simple.
A huge thing.
Like, this is just very simple. I would start by having have the Pell Grant basically fully fund college. I would expand the shit out of the Pell Grant. What do you think of that?
What I would do is I would make it so teachers could whip kids again.
Oh, Jesus.
Physically discipline them.
No.
And freaking I would make it like Japan, where there wouldn't be.
I believe that's abuse.
There wouldn't be janitors. The kids would clean the fucking schools. And you want to act
I'd
up,
rather kids learn.
You're gonna freaking get. Yeah, it's learning.
Unless if they create a mess.
If you're an adult, what happens if you're an adult? What happens if you're an adult?
You can
and
learn
you start
that.
acting like an asshole,
focus
and then
on
the
academics.
Cops can come get you.
I would just focus on academics. Like,
I think there needs to be some sort of. There needs to be something in this country that prioritizes discipline, gets people off the streets and out of the street mentality and being criminals and stuff, because it's way too glorified in this country. And we don't focus on that.
That it's
and
glorified?
Parents,
I don't think crime is glorified.
It is in certain parts. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Not me and you, buddy. And thank God, you know. But I don't know where you're at, but freaking, there are certain parts of the country and they fucking glorify crime. There's too many people like that in the country. There needs to be more dude,
Like
I'm
what?
serious.
Like how?
I'm straight up like my opinion is that we bring back public lashings and public hangings, and that shit will
Are you being
happen
serious?
real quick. Absolutely. If you're a kid in my society and you're a kid,
I think you're coming off as a very dangerous individual.
In my society, if you're a kid and you rob an old lady at the park, you get 5 lashings, and so does your father.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yep.
No, I
Absolutely
completely disagree with that. Yeah, no, I don't want to go back to the Middle Ages. I'm sorry.
It's not the Middle Ages. That's going back to just Western times, and
Yeah,
I
no,
guarantee
I'm good. I don't
you
want that.
hang a pedophile in public.
Yeah,
You're not against that. You're against hanging.
No,
you're
no,
against
I'm not,
hanging those
I would
guys.
rather have a rehabilitative system that it reduces recidivism.
Yeah, that's my rehabilitative system. That's what hanging.
That doesn't
that's
rehabilitate anybody. That just causes people to hide. That's all that happens.
Well, there's that too. Yeah, you could argue.
All
that.
it does is just make people hide. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, we did this kind of stuff back in like the Middle Ages. And the problem of what ends up happening is that it's not that it reduces it. What it does is it just causes people to go into hiding. You could look at, for example, in the Middle Ages, where we would chop people's hands off if they were found stealing. And yet people still stole in the Middle Ages. Right. So that would be like a really good example of like, okay, well, this is I call this is like the what I call the cocaine.
Well, it's like Saudi Arabia, like they still do the same
It's
shit.
the cocaine of right wingers to apply retributive systems when it comes to wanting to deal with crime. It's always always like, in fact, almost every single policy that is presented by Republicans is very often on the basis of retribution, not actually making the world a better place. It's getting back what is deserved upon the person who had done something wrong. For example, what is the policy regarding abortion? Well, abortion should be illegal because, well, the girl had sex. The girl should be responsible for, and so they use the child as a way of retribution and punishment.
Right.
But the problem is that it doesn't actually address the societal impacts that are involved there.
Yep.
There's numerous
like
societal issues.
That, because that also doesn't address like, okay, how the girl got there in the first place and shit like that, right?
Yeah, and so I would not be in favor of your idea of wanting retribution on groups of people. I would look at like what are the socioeconomic conditions that cause somebody to be a specific way. I would go, okay,
you can't.
I would say, okay, well, for example, we can look at like things like sex ed that reduces teen pregnancy, for example. We know that works. So that would be an example of like, okay, I don't want to punish people who end up, trying to have kids. I would say, or who end up having sex and wanting to, like, I don't know, get back at them for having sex. I would rather just fix what causes that to begin with.
Right. Yeah. And, yeah, me too. But that's the thing. Like, so what would be your answer to fix that?
Sex ed.
Like sex ed. But okay, so we do sex ed and then it happens again, and sex ed didn't. So
no, but but we have done sex ed and it works.
It works. What works about
it? Works. It reduces teen pregnancy.
I don't know about that.
No. We know that to be the case.
It reduced teen pregnancy. Okay. Yes. Yeah. For sex ed for kids. Yeah, I think. Yeah, like I'm not against that at all.
I mean, I can go ahead and provide this. This is here we go. This is
and by the way, like I'm not full on right wing. I'm not religious. I'm not Christian.
There's numerous studies that show this, but here's just an example. This is from the ACOG Clinical, which is the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists.
Yeah.
The abstract saying current sexuality education programs vary widely in accuracy of content,
for one,
emphasis, and effectiveness. Data has shown that not all programs are equally effective for all ages, races, and ethnicities, socioeconomic groups, and geographic areas. Studies have demonstrated that comprehensive sexuality education programs reduce the rates of sexual activity, sexual risk behaviors, number of partners and unprotected intercourse, sexually transmitted infections, and adolescent pregnancy. One key component of an effective program is encouraging community-centered efforts in addition to counseling and service prevention to the individual adolescent patients. Obstetrician gynecologists can serve patients and communities by supporting and assisting sexuality education because of their knowledge, experience, and awareness of communities' unique challenges. Obstetricians, gynecologists can be an important resource for sexual education programs.
Like when you gave the example of like how the teenage girl thing, like that's an example, like I would agree with you. That's ridiculous. You know, that's like, I'm sure there's some crazy like religious right winger people out there who would think that. I mean, but I'm going to tell you right now, like that is a small. I'm just going to be honest with
you. Like you just argued that you'd be
for pedophiles and murders and stuff like that, not for the teenage pregnancy situation.
What if I, for example, showed you that there are rehabilitation programs that reduce recidivism of pedophiles?
Well, sure. Like hopefully they work.
Just causes them to hide. Like if I showed you, hey, this works, would you be in favor of it?
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, does it work? Because how many of those guys went through that system and then were
I would like to look
offenders?
Just so FYI, right now we don't have a rehabilitative system for pedophiles. It's very much retributive. It is not rehabilitative. So I'm saying, hey, I want to reduce overall harm on people, especially with pedophiles harming vulnerable populations. And the way to fix that, I believe, is not looking at it from a retributive angle, but from a rehabilitative angle.
Yeah. See, that's where me and you differ. See, I agree that like not everything needs a freaking retributive angle, like the, teenage pregnancy thing you need. But when it comes to that kind of shit, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
Okay.
It's just too much of a sin to me, like you should know better if you're able to.
Is it a religious perspective?
No, not at all. I'm just saying sin in to me, not from I'm not religious at all. But that's a huge fucking no, bud. And fuck you, fuck off. That's my opinion on that. Seriously. Like, and also you could say public lashings for crooks and everything.
No,
freaking
again, like
that's not gonna stop
Middle
crooks
Ages,
from.
But it still resulted in there being thieves.
Right. Yeah.
Like it
what about public lashings for parents who neglect their children? You don't think that they should get public lashings?
No, I think that
I just watched a video of
take the children away. And we have and then those people go to jail for neglect.
Yeah, they go to jail.
Yeah.
I was just watching a video yesterday, and this ghetto mom called the cops on her son for hitting her, and then the cops walk in the house. There's animal feces all over the house, on the kid's bed, everywhere. And then they freaking took the kid, and the kid, they're like, "Sorry, buddy," and they're like, at this point, freaking just going in a system's better,
Yeah.
And it's like, and that's the thing. And I agree that, I think that too, that we need to make a system and a culture in our country that doesn't value that kind of shit, that discourages
we don't value
people
that.
from being like that. Yeah, I know, but
we don't value
there are
that
certain
at all.
cultures, like there's too many people who are like that though, that's all I'm saying. Like, in my opinion, there's way too many people who aren't.
So what's your solution then?
Just like, valuing discipline and, and maybe hard work and.
But what does that mean? Like valuing, that's such a.
Yeah, I know.
Like a nothing.
Yeah, like, I know, right?
There's nothing I can work off of there.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Like, freaking, just like, taking care of yourself, not, freaking taking self-responsibility for your own actions, things like that. Like those things don't seem to be very well, like, especially in like pop culture and stuff. Like, none of that stuff is like pushed upon. Like,
I mean, I'm not against taking responsibility of your own actions. I believe that that's a virtue.
right.
But I
Yeah.
also am able
I
to
think it should be
recognize
taught.
the socioeconomic ills which result in someone acting a specific way as opposed to not. For example, like you'll have, for example, gang culture being a thing because that they come from a long history of subjugation and distrust towards police. And so they end up self-policing and creating gangs to do exactly what police normally would do.
Yeah, and that's actually apparent throughout all of history that poor groups. You could go all the way back to medieval Europe, and kids would form gangs. You know, poor kids and stuff. That's just a reaction to you know, all of that. And you don't have to be a minority. You know, you could be anybody. You just have to. It's really just disenfranchised, but. Another thing is you get these suburb kids thinking that shit's cool. There's, you know, and that stuff is glorified in the media and everything. And I think I don't agree with that stuff is what I'm saying. But, yeah, I think we need to fight more against that. Like, I wish, like we could be more like the Japanese, you know, that's what I think.
Like,
and
why?
I say it
like
that way.
Why the Japanese in particular?
Because they're disciplined and they show respect to each other and they care about their things, you know, like it's just, they have a more harmonious culture. And I think we need more of a harmonious culture, which is going to be hard to get because we're a big melting pot. But,
are you against a melting pot or?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying it would be harder to get. You don't have to freaking, you know, it's definitely possible to get, but it's just a little bit harder when you have a little, you know, more a multicultural, you know, country. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It can be a bad thing if you have a culture in your country that is not loyal to your country and does not want to integrate and actually supports things that act against, you know, your shit. You probably don't want those people in your country. You know?
I see what you're saying.
But yeah, like it's just a little bit of my political opinion.
Okay.
I smoked a bowl before I talked to you and everything, so sorry I was a little slow on stuff and waking up.
You do you.
Do you do this every Sunday?
I do this typically on Thursdays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I also just do this whenever. It's also Saturday.
Oh yeah, it's fucking Saturday, isn't it? Fucking A, dude. Well, yeah, dude. I subscribed you on, or no, wait, I don't think I subscribed you on Facebook or on YouTube yet, but I will.
Appreciate
and,
it.
And I like debating and stuff. It's really
Me
fun
too.
to me. I do it on Facebook, but I was like watching you. I was like,
that's
like,
cool.
you know, I want to actually start talking to people.
Okay,
know?
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good
But
talking.
yeah, I'll freaking keep an eye on you, and if no one's calling you, and I'll call you again, buddy.
Sounds good. You have a great day.
All right. You too,
Okay.
man.
That was rdanger, everybody. AWOL says, good call. Thank you. Coriolis Tony says, good caller. Looks like they like the caller. What do you guys think of my goblins? How they looking? Do you like my goblins? They're all like, yeah. Oh, crap. I just realized this teeth kind of look gunky. Let me fix that. The goblins look like cannon fodder. Hell yeah. Goblins looking 100. Thank you. Appreciate it. We are taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because I'm enjoying it. We're just doing the background, I guess. Just trying to get it right. AWOL says, First Amendment, read Primal Hunter. Primal Hunter, huh? We are taking calls, by the way. 202-998-5218. Cool. Coriolis Tony says, you ever play Magic the Gathering? It looks like goblin artwork at that level. Good stuff. Holy crap, really? Jesus, I don't even think I'm that good. All right. Boro says, I have a PS4 that I currently can't use because the controller will not charge. Why not just keep it plugged in? Doesn't that work? Am I wrong about that? Bobro says PlayStation should have made either full wired controllers or battery powered so you can replace the battery controllers. AOL says, if it's just your charging, why not just probably just have to jury rig it? Yeah, like why not just can you just like plug it in? I think you could just plug it in. Ah, this is very relaxing, I must say. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I should probably grab food. Got some food that I can heat up. Let's see. The enter YH3YF says, make it bigger. Make what bigger? My picture? Is it not big enough? JI99A James says, that's pretty sick first. Alpha Ego says, your rehabilitation idea doesn't work. We've seen this with the murder of Irina Zarutska. Her killer was released 14 times. He should have been locked up forever after the third time. So Alpha Eagle, you should probably be aware the fact that that guy was mentally disabled. He had roving schizophrenia for a majority of his life. And the solution for that kind of situation is that we need to have mental health facilities to address that. Problem is, the Republican Party decided to remove all mental health institutions in favor of a more community-centric approach. It is the policy of Republicans to allow people who have mental health problems to either be in jail, or, which by the way is not a mental health facility, or to just be out in the street. So I want them to get the help that they need, not sit there and blame them, you know, that's my position, right? And Irene Zarutska would likely be alive if my policies were put into place. If somebody is beyond help, by the way, all you got to do is just keep them in the mental health asylum as opposed to keeping them in prison. It doesn't make sense. A prison is not a mental health facility. It's not. It's not equipped to do that. Also, just FYI, Irina Zarutska was a Ukrainian. If we did what Democrats wanted, they likely would still be in Ukraine. But that's not what we did. We followed the Republican strategy, which was just like, who cares about Ukraine and fuck them. And so Irene Zarutska is here in our country. It ends up dying. Yeah, Norway's recidivism rate is apparently 20% compared to the U.S.'s 70%, says Bobro. Is that true? That's a wild stat if so. Big if true. Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, First Amender. How are you? This
Hello.
is Churly. I don't think you remember me,
All right,
but
Churly,
we had spoken a few times already.
what you want to talk about?
I wanted to circle back to something that we talked about a moment ago,
Mm-hmm.
because, I don't judge a book by its cover, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned to me how people were poor based on their zip codes.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you had seen the recent news earlier where Trump is going to be releasing these bank accounts for children in certain zip codes.
Okay.
So I don't know if you had seen that, but I figured that would resonate with you because it seems like there is an attempt to address that issue. And I just wanted to circle back and share that with you.
Okay. I have not heard of that, so sounds interesting.
Yeah, you might want to look. It's a part of the, they just made announcements this week about it from the Dell owners or whatever donating, $8 billion.
Yeah.
And they're going to be opening up accounts for children with certain levels of income in certain zip codes to help them to establish an actual life. So I thought maybe you had heard about it or not.
Oh,
but
I know.
wanted to
Yeah, no,
follow
I
up
do
with
know
you
about that one. I know about that one. Sure.
Well, but when I'm wrong about something or I haven't, really clearly stated something, I just wanted to circle back as a good person to tell you that you were right. And I appreciate you helping to open my eyes to it. And after looking farther into it and seeing what Trump is doing to, well, maybe not Trump, but whoever's doing it, $8 billion is a lot of money towards correcting it. I don't know necessarily if it's a fix, but I just thought I would share that with you and say thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's pretty cool.
But that's all I have for you, man. I just wanted to round back around and say thank you.
Well, I
and I appreciate you bringing that to attention because it seems that there are some things on the other side that are starting to try to address that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Let's go. Let's make the world better for everybody.
That's the goal. That's really what it should be in reality.
Yeah. Instead
that's
of like
really
this right versus
people
left.
should be able to wake up and enjoy their days. It's that simple.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
But I appreciate you for what you're doing, and I hope that it continues to grow, and I hope that, you find your niche in it. So I appreciate you, and being a good person, I just wanted to follow back around with you and say that, I maybe didn't believe you at first, but then some other things started coming out, and I looked farther, and I was like, wow, he's not wrong. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You have a great day, and I hope you have a wonderful one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Take care.
That was nice. Yeah, while saying, Eagle, did you release your second video yet? Coriolis Tony says, is that the Rockefeller thing? I don't know. I don't think it's the Rockefeller thing. No, it had to do with a Dell. Let's take a look here. First, you should watch the Pierce Morgan Nick Fuentes debate. You won't get monetized for that. I did watch it. I did watch it. Something's off. This is very relaxing, I must say. Not to be petty, but Alpha Eagle, did you see first updated version of your avatar? it was insulting. He took all the macho out. What? No, I didn't. You're just trying to start shit. The Sandwich Monster said, Ukraine got fully involved because NATO and the EU told them that they had their back. Ukraine is willing to peace talk in 2022, but the EU and NATO members talked them out of it, allegedly, according to you. You have no proof. Putin is just lining up wars just for your dislike of the guy. I mean, to be fair, Putin is very aggressive towards anybody that's nearby him. Like, Putin is not going to stop at Ukraine if he gets land in Ukraine. Just like he didn't stop after he contested Crimea, and he didn't stop after the contest of Georgia. Question is, at what point do we just finally go, hey, Putin, fuck you. We're not going to let you continue to do this. Oh, this is looking great. I'm loving this. I think we should do everything in our power to fight against Putin. We have, as the United States, has a vested interest that Ukraine is successful in defending their homeland. I think you have to stop despots. I don't think it's possible to allow the despot to continue on indefinitely. He'll just take more and more land. You have to stop him. It's one of the most corrupt countries in Europe. I mean, that's a question, but the question is whether or not that you allow Putin to kind of just bully his way through sovereign countries. Like, are you okay with just letting a despot bully his way through sovereign countries? I'm not. Are you? I'm not. All right. Just give me a quick break. I'm going to grab some food. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Library Chump says, peace out, y'all. Was here for a good debate. Lasted like 5 messages. Now I'm undebatable. Okay. Give me one quick second. I'll be right back. I'm going to just quickly heat up some food and we'll continue drawing. I'm back. Just gonna have some food. If y'all want to call in, phone number is 202-998-5218. But I'm just gonna enjoy my meal for just a second, and then back to drawing these gobbies. All right, here we go. Hold on a sec. All right. Looks like that there's a back and forth between the Sandwich Monster and Bobro. Yeah, so talking about Ukraine, I just think that I don't think that like Putin should just go unchecked. I don't think Ukraine should give them what they want. I'm eating some broccoli with mushroom and a chicken leg. Sandwich Monster says, by the way, I found this channel a week ago. Disagree with most of the stuff, but love the way that the channel owner argues his points. Thank you. I just think there's too much right-wing nonsense. overwhelmingly, I don't get very good arguments. Like, let me ask you this. Are you guys still, are the right wingers in chat, are you guys still like in favor of Donald Trump? You really shouldn't be. Chicken. Chicken. AWOL Thought says, I think the problem is that you expect a flawless president, and if others don't dislike him as much as you do, you see their point of view as invalid. Well, problem is I haven't had anybody give like an argument that's not like an emotional appeal or just some nonsense devoid of reality, and then they often downplay all of the problems that Donald Trump has caused. For example, like I'm critical of Obama for his drone striking. I don't think he deserved a Nobel Peace Prize. I think he helped in destabilizing the Middle East. You know? But I'm able to look at a president that's technically on my side and look at it critically and be like, okay, yeah, that's wrong. But for whatever reason, all of the horrible things Trump has been doing, I swear it's treated with kid gloves. We have National Guard in the streets of cities that didn't ask for the National Guard. They are conducting mass deportation exercises without due process, mind you. Am I supposed to pretend that this is normal? That this is okay? This is what we want? Like, really? All right, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. What time is it? 1:47? 1 p.m. All right. Well, I agree with you. First, it's very rare to hear the left condemn anyone who they support or supported. Well, you're talking to me, not the entire Democratic establishment. AWOL Thought says, and yet the citizens of those cities with the National Guard are praised in Trump for stopping crime. Are they really stopping crime? Is crime really like down? I mean, crime is down, but it's been a downward trajectory for a really long time. Even in these so quote unquote hellhole cities, crime is still down, like way down. I think that Donald Trump is going into these cities to apply some sort of retribution on the quote unquote democratic cities and mayors that disagree with him. It's a Rubik says, cartoon amender? Yes. Do you like my shirt? It says Libtardo. I think it's a pretty good shirt. J9NME James says, yeah, they are preventing crime. I swear, you guys are the biggest bootlickers. Y'all guys are licking that boot. You guys are like, yes, Daddy Trump, please. Control my life, please. Stop the quote-unquote crime, I guess. Despite the fact that mayors are saying, the crime is fine. We have a low crime rate. No, don't send the National Guard, please. Trump's like, too late. Gonna do it anyway. Fuck you. Fuck you. My name is Trump. Fuck you. And then all of these freaking sycophants, they're standing there like, yes, Daddy Trump, please step on me. Tread on me. Tread on me, Daddy. Bro, you guys are psychos. If a Democrat was doing the exact same thing, you would be losing your freaking mind. You'd be like, they're stomping on the Constitution. They have a low crime rate. Chicago does have a low crime rate. Everyone in the country knows that's wrong, do they? Statistics don't argue in your favor. DC mayor seemed thankful. She said it lowered crime. LOL. Yeah. You know what you could do to lower crime? You could force everybody to stay inside. If you just force everybody to stay inside and there's just like police roving around arresting anybody that goes outside, I'm sure crime would reduce. Wow, amazing. You did it. You created an authoritarian system that forces people to not live their life as they see fit. But hey, at least crime's down. Bro, you guys would love being citizens of the CCP. You would love it. You would be like, yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, she. Please. Tell my family how to live. Make sure we stay inside. You got to do what's right. The state is keeping you inside. Bruh. All right, let me wash my dish. Just give me a quick second, and then we're going to go back to drawing the gobbies. Don't go anywhere. This won't take long. Not nearly as long as it did before. Yo, I just realized. They're just like, Trump supporters are like, ain't no way that I'm going to get the jab. Ain't no way no government going to tell me whether or not to put on a mask. Ain't no way I'm going to resist that authoritarian bullshit. I should be able to choose whether or not that I vax my kids. Meanwhile, also, yes, Daddy Trump, come to my city and start arresting random people. Yes, Daddy Trump, you're reducing the crime. Tread on me, Daddy. Bruh. Y'all are so hypocritical. Holy shit. It's so hypocritical. It really is. How can you sit there and be in favor of the federal government coming into your living area, your cities, and you're just like, oh yeah, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Tread on me harder, Daddy. This is the state, the absolute state of the Republican Party, bro. Yo, my Gabi looking good. Leave it up to these Trump supporters to be against COVID restrictions, but perfectly in favor with the National Guard coming to your random ass city or town. Bruh. Bro, y'all are bootlickers. Y'all lick boot. Sandwich Monster says they'll be back in 5. Okay. JI99A James says they acknowledge crime has decreased. Yeah, I would imagine crime decreases if, of course, you basically force all the cities and people to be scared to go outside because they feel like that they're going to get harassed by some National Guard troop. Yeah, of course crime is down. You did it, dude. You created the authoritarian system. That's what you just did. Look, everybody, crime is down. Yeah, but now we're living in CCP. Like what? Who wants that? I don't want that. Do you want that? I don't want that. Who the heck wants that? Would you lick the boot to enforce COVID vaccinations? I think people should get vaccinated because people are freer being alive than dead. All right. Time to go over with the black. This is looking great. You claim that there was no data, and I showed that there was. No, I would agree with you. There's probably lower crime. But that's not a good thing, considering that the way that you basically did that is you created North Korea 2.0 in America, and you guys are like, oh yeah, now we're so free. Like, no, we're not, bruh. There, my link was deleted. How am I supposed to prove you wrong if you delete my link? I am not deleting any links. Neither is Bobro. It's an automated system. You could DM it to me and I'll... Hey, Rubik, now that I speak about it, hey, Rubix, you did make me a mod on the, what was it? The Fight the Flat Earth channel. Would you like to be a mod? Might as well do it, right? You're here all the time. Would you like it? It's a Rubik says, sure. Okay. I will mod you right now. Add as a moderator. There you go. Rubik's is good people. I should probably unblock GGM now that I'm a mod. Alpha Eagle says the NG never came to my city, so I'm good. They only went to big cities with a lot of crime. It's also very low crime in those cities. And it's nice to see that you admit Trump brought the crime down even further. Yeah, I mean, I just think that if you make a situation that's similar to like North Korea, I'm sure you could bring the crime down. That's not a good thing though. That just, to great expense that you did that. Great loss of individual liberties. Cackletoe says, no crime isn't a good thing? No. So I'm saying the way that you go about getting low crime is problematic. I could, in theory, force everybody inside, and that they can't go outside. Then yeah, crime would go way down in that situation. But would you like to live in a society where that's just like what happens? Probably not, right? You'd probably be willing to accept crime so that way you can enjoy going outside. That's my point. It was nice and quiet in my feed without them. We did during COVID and we got locked down. We already have lost freedom and forced to pay taxes to go to jail. Yeah. So, this is what I'm talking about, right? It's like you'll have right wingers say, oh, don't take away my freedoms. You know, I have a right to not get vaccinated. I have a right to not wear a mask, even though it's irresponsible to do so. I have a right, you know, I'm not going to allow this tyrannical government tell me what to do. Meanwhile, I'll be perfectly okay with the idea of Trump sending in National Guard troops and scaring the ever-living shit out of everybody living in those cities. Perfectly okay with that, right? Alpha Eagle says, expense to who? Not me. Again, they are not in my city, so I'm good. I go outside all the time, and if NG wasn't on the news, I wouldn't know anything happened. So again, I'm good. Okay, you're just thinking about yourself. You should be able to consider how other people feel about what's going on and everything that's happening in their town. Are you capable of empathizing with other people? Or is it just out of your imagination? He's like, well, that doesn't affect me, so I don't really care. I mean, this dude would be defending the Nazis, right? Where it's like, the Nazis are just like, well, I'm not a Jew, so it doesn't matter. Cackletoe says, well, keep getting boosted then if you believed it was worse. Roscoe saying, get off the internet. You're right, Roscoe. You got to get off the internet. Get off the internet, Roscoe. You're on the internet too much. Get off. Guys like my gobby so far? It's really coming through, huh? Let's see. Is that your mom's cell number? No, it's the call number to call in the show. I bet you're a furry too. And your point? You got an argument? I'm right here. Jimeno says, what is it you do not like about Trump sending the National Guard to cities? There's a lot of people saying that they're not allowed to do it, but there's a lot of legal technicalities people don't understand. Yeah, I just think it's like super authoritarian and fucked up to do that. I think he's operating on the basis of a retribution towards Democrats. I think he just doesn't like that Democrats are against him and don't agree with him. And so he's coming up with ways to basically terrorize people. It's honestly god awful. And I love like the people that sat there saying that the government shouldn't be telling them whether or not to wear masks is now saying it's perfectly okay to be super authoritarian towards people you disagree with. It's one of the most hypocritical things that I can imagine. It is super hypocritical. Roscoe says, Trump 2028. Hey, I want to show you what Trump 2028 looks like. Hold on a sec. I have the future. I have the future for you. Here we go. Hold on. I got it right here. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? All right, here we go. Hey, yo, Trump 2028, let's go. Trump 2028. Trump 2028, let's go. Dude, Trump is already ancient. Kamala would have been way better. Kamala would have been way better. Trump 2028. Roscoe says, you're not funny. Fuck you, First Amender. You piece of shit. Wanting human rights. You fucking monster. How dare you argue for human rights? You piece of shit, First Amender. For sure she would have been, for sure she would have. Kamala definitely would have locked everybody up by now. No, I think Kamala would have just like done like her policy, like her childcare tax credit and like, I don't know, listen to experts. She would have done that, which is the opposite of what Trump does. Trump never listens to experts. He knows what's best. You fucking idiot. I have no idea how you guys are able to fall for this kind of shit. That's wild to me. If Trump was the authoritarian dictator, you all make him out to be like he would have higher poll numbers. That's what the base voted for. Yeah, that's what the base voted for, guys. That's definitely what the base voted for. Let's take a look at the latest approval ratings for Trump. Hey, take a look at this approval rating. You guys happy? Look at this. Wow. Great. He's got lower approval ratings than Biden in 2021. Man. Darn. Looks like a majority of people just don't like this guy. Huh. I wonder why. The most important issues is currently the economy. Huh. No one gives a shit about those approval ratings. Dude, dude, your right-wing tears bring me joy. What are the approval ratings of Congress? They're low, but I'm not the one arguing in favor of Congress. What? I'm not the one, like, wanting to cater to some frickin' dictator. Some wannabe dictator. I'm sorry. Trump is a wannabe dictator. He is. He wishes that he could be like Xi Jinping or Putin. He wishes. Cackletoe says, still glad not living under Kamala authoritarian rule. Better of two evils, I guess. I read Kamala's book. I was really excited for Kamala. I think people are completely misrepresenting what Kamala would have been like. I think Kamala would have been a great president. I really believe that. It's a Rubik says also the fact that Biden knew he probably shouldn't be in office with his decline shows humility Trump would never have. To be fair, that took quite a bit of kicking and screaming. It took Nancy Pelosi to convince him to drop out, which I believe was the correct move, but also they really should have done that earlier. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Now we're living in the authoritarian America. Not bad, huh? This shit's looking pretty sick. It's a Rubik says, Vermin Supreme for president. Yo, based. Free horse for everybody. Again, how about Mendez and Santos? How did you guys hold Mendez accountable? I don't know enough about that to tell you anything. But just FYI, I don't care if somebody's like a Democrat or a Republican. If somebody broke the law, I believe that they should be held accountable. That's my opinion. It's a Rubik says, hot takes. As long as felons can't vote in parts of this country, felons shouldn't be able to run for president. Yo, based. Holy based, Batman. Dude, it's a documented fact that Hillary invented Russiagate to get attention off of her email scandal. You really think that's true? Where did you get that information? Last I checked that Mueller investigation, and it basically ended prematurely because the people that they were supposed to question fucked off back to Russia. But we do know that Russia directly interfered with the elections. We know that for a fact. And that it was situated to help Trump win. I believe that they had done this because they felt that they would likely have a better chance with Ukraine if a Democrat was not in office. Dude, read the investigation results. I did read the Mueller investigation results. Where are you getting your information? Man, these gobbies looking good. How do you not win 2020 if Russia was involved? Did Trump win 2020? It was a narrow margin. All right, signature time. Is there anything else I should add? I think it looks pretty cool. Cackletoe says, give them all a big dong. Why? We're going to export that as a JPEG. It looks good. I'm happy with it. Cackletoe says, it does look good. Nice work. Thank you. Appreciate it. I should do the other drawing that I was working on. Honestly, I'm in a drawing kick. I'm having fun. Yeah, let's do the cherub. We had the cherub. All right. So I drew this sketch, and I'll show you what I had as an idea. It's a little morose. So basically, it's a cherub that is found. It's found with a just impaled, like on this really long pike. And adventurers, they come up and they see, oh my God, there's a baby that's impaled on a pike. How horrible. We should take it down. And then as they try to take it down, the cherub just slides down the pike and then pulls the pike out of its mouth. And then it begins to fly. And it's like this terrifying, very powerful angel that they have to fight that has like a really long reach. Bulbro says, oh, heck yeah, this is going to be awesome for a D&D adventure. Anyway, so that's the drawing I have here. I'm conflicted on if I want to draw this part here. Honestly, I think I just want to draw just this cherub here. Yeah, why not? That's an awesome enemy. I agree. I think it's cool. I'm going to remove this and just let it be like, yeah. It's a Rubik says, I'd play D&D with First Amender. Yeah, so I actually have a tabletop role-playing game that I've been working on for like a really, really long time. And you can actually check out the website. It's called niseb.com. I have like a crap ton of lore and everything. Drawings and yeah. And I even built this website from scratch. This is the history of my game. Yeah, I got all sorts of work that I did. It's like this like crazy passion project that I've had forever. I also like just debating people. So, but I haven't really talked about it on this show because it's like, I don't know, it's like a lot. It's like a lot. But it has its own system, its own mechanics. I had a, you know, I have a whole party and everything. We're about 80 sessions in. Anyway, I had an idea of a cherub boss, and this was the cherub boss, and I'm thinking that I should focus on it. Let's see. Bear Witness says, debating a woke liberal is just casting pearls before swine. You can't fix stupid. Try me. Call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Considering your profile picture, I venture to say you're probably a lot dumber than I am. In fact, why don't I take the time to check out your YouTube channel? Hopefully you don't have much. Or hopefully there's nothing weird or embarrassing. Go to channel. Here we go. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. We got a boy who's got arms like that. Telling me, oh, he's casting pearls before swine. This guy's got some pearls here, chat. Call what I'm doing hate while LGBTQ is trying to normalize pedophilia. No, I'm not. And they kill people who disagree with them. No, I don't. How many assassinations you see at Pride festivals in your town? I mean, considering how many times there have been instances of assassinations during Pride festivals, yeah, that's concerning. LGBTQ want to change the titles of pedophiles to maps. Nope. Don't want to do that. Don't want to include pedophiles. They're pedophiles. They want to normalize raping your children. Nope. Don't want to do any of that. Man, this guy's casting pearls before swine. Look at the pearls he's got, chat. Man, he's really got some pearls. Corinthians. Ah, love it. Love it. We've got a religious nutbag telling me that I'm the crazy one. Or do you not know the wrongdoers that will inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who have sex with men, nor thieves, nor the greedy, drunkards, or slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. All right. I'm curious. Is Trump part of this? Just curious. Just curious. Anyway, let's take a look at some videos for our boy. We've got memes. We've got Thanksgiving 2025. calling his audience the N-word and Nazis. Is this him? I just want to point out, hold on. I just want to point out, right? We have pearls before swine here. You know, he's giving us some pearls, chat. The pearls are just coming. Us swine here, you know, we have no idea what we're even looking at.
Yo, I got chronic inflammatory response syndrome. I'm going deaf and blind. I'm trying to raise money for some food so I don't have to starve on Thanksgiving.
In his short excerpt from Meme Zago livestream, he demands we pay him $5 to use a racial slur and then proceeds to call everyone Nazis for not helping him and telling the audience they deserve to die. I've seen all those streams before and even donated. At the time he was showing these memes, he had been mid-said that he was sick. He was called dumbass for donating through YouTube instead of a Cash App and blocked me from being able to comment on his channel. His mental health seems to be declining rapidly, and I worry about the safety of the people around him, though it appears that he lives alone in a hotel. I mostly mean people in public spaces. Please do not donate to his channel. Man, we've got real, just truly... Man, he's got the best content, chat. Wow, look at him. Hold on, what's he got here? Vegeta versus LGBTQ. Man, pearls. Pearls before swine, if you will. Amazing. Amazing. Great work. Understanding biology is not a phobia. Man, I would love it if this guy called in. This fucking idiot. Come on, call, idiot. Call in. I want to hear you cast pearls before swine if you could. Please. If you're even still here. Debating a woke liberal is like casting pearls before swine. What a fucking idiot. What a presumptuous moron. Anyway, I'm going to go back to drawing like actual art while you just sit there and hate trans people or gay people or whatever. Fucking hateful piece of garbage. I know it looks shit right now, but just trust the process. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Looks like there's a bit of back and forth between Sandwich Monster and Bobro, but not much in terms of the comments. So I'm just going to keep drawing. What program are you using, First Amender? Oh, this is Photoshop. For some reason, copying it from YouTube makes the link too long to copy and paste. Bobro, if you want to just send it to my account, I can post it, I believe. This is a vibe. No calls, but hey, it's a vibe. First Amender, I sent you the link if you want to show it on screen. Okay. List of United States representatives expelled, censured, or reprimanded. U.S. Constitution gives the House of Representatives the power to expel any member by a 2/3 vote. Expulsion of a representative is rare. Only 6 members of the House have been expelled in history. 3 of those 6 were expelled in 1861 for joining the Confederate States of America. There's also less severe measures which the House is authorized to discipline members. Censure and reprimand are procedures within the House may vote to express formal disapproval of a member's conduct. Only a simple majority vote is required. Members who are censured must stand in the well of the House of Chamber to receive a reading of the censure resolution. A reprimand was once considered synonymous with censure, but 1976 the House defined reprimand as a less severe punishment. Members who are reprimanded are not required to stand in the well of House of have the resolution read to them. Representatives can also be censured by the state legislature and the state party. Is that what you wanted to? Wow, I've already been streaming for almost 5 hours. Holy crap. By the way, if you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really small YouTuber. Any amount really does count. It does. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We're very, very close. I think I'm like 80 subs away from 1K. It is doable. With your support, I can pull it off. I appreciate y'all for joining me on this stream today. Some interesting back and forths on the chat here. No calls, though. We are taking calls, though. The phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to have a discussion, we can do so. What do y'all think of my cherub boss? I'm sorry first, but the face is off. I know. All right, hold on. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Hold on. The face is off. You're right. It is. So we're going to redo it. Actually, faceless would be scarier. No! I want to draw a face. I'll get the face right. Just give me a time. It's hard to do this, you know? This is hard. Faces are hard. But wait, the color is way off. Oh my God. God damn it. All right. We're redoing it again. Not woke, still asleep, and not liberal enough. I got dogged on by AWOL and now I'm all self-conscious and shit. God damn it. It's better. All right. How's that? AWOL, is that better? Please tell me that's better. Can you please just tell me that that's better? Please, can you do me that favor? Can you be a lamb and tell me that that's better? Would you be a lamb? Lol, well, the goblins look good. It's just the angel. It's off. Fuck. No. What do you mean it's off? Why is it off? Please explain why it's off. Explain. Explain what I did wrong. What did I do wrong? I can't draw faces. No calls yet, but hey, you know, I don't mind. I'm just drawing. Hell yeah. We cooking, chat. Let's see here. How many subs did I get today? I got a few. It's not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst. I'll take it. Sandwich Monster says, I subbed. Frowny face. That's a smiley face, silly. That should be a smiley face. It's a good thing you subbed. Thank you. Gotta be around to argue with socialist Bobro and watch you trash people I agree with on call. Okay. Oh boy. I'm getting tired. I have been streaming for 5 hours. Probably why I'm tired. Ah, well, my goblins are at least done, which are really fucking cool in my opinion. Anyway, y'all, I think I'm going to call it. I had fun. I hope you all had fun. We're going to have more debates, more discussions. And I'm going to update the, what is it? I'm going to call it. No. 11 watching her right now. What the heck? That's wild. All right. We're not getting any calls, so I'm going to call it for now. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to vibe. I'm going to chill. I'm going to talk with people, maybe hang out with some friends. Appreciate you guys joining in for the stream. Art is not dead. Y'all have a great rest of the weekend, I guess. Thank y'all.